What is up, my dudes? I hope that everybody is having a wonderful day so far. I hope that your New Year's is going very cash money, or whatever the kids say these days to mean going well. Before we begin our first spicy video of the brand new year, I would like to call attention to the sticker that you can't see on my microphone. It looks like this. I also got this cute little pin when I ordered these stickers from Ambrose's Redbubble shop. Ambrose is a true homie, and they make all kinds of really cool art. If you aren't trans, but you still like this little Rubik's Cube pride flag sticker and or pin, there are plenty of different options to choose from. Feel free to check out their Redbubble. Give them some money. Give them all of your money. This is a robbery. Now that my unpaid promotion is out of the way, let's dive into the very first spicy video of the brand new year. Now, the first time that I heard about this discourse, I was genuinely surprised that these kinds of criticisms were coming from trans people. As trans people, we kind of celebrate and advocate for the breaking down of social norms, expectations, and gendered roles. That's kind of like the whole fucking point, right? The idea that somebody who was assigned female at birth can live as a male. The idea that these expectations are broken down and that there's more fluidity and there's not expectations of your presentation or your identity based on what you were born as. That sounds kind of fundamental to transition and trans-related stuff, does it not? I completely agree, which is why I was quite literally flabbergasted beyond belief when I saw a lot of these criticisms levying towards Finn, that Finn is being somehow offensive towards the trans community. Part of this whole aspect of gender liberation not only makes life more comfortable and accessible and freeing to trans people, but also to cis people. What do we have going on right now? We have Andrew Tate, we have the manosphere, we have all this red pill bullshit because we want to lock men into these little boxes of how to be a man. Should we not be celebrating the breaking down of these boxes, the liberation of gendered expectations? Apparently not. And folded into these kinds of criticisms of Finn shouldn't be able to cross-dress because of X, Y, and Z because it's making the trans community look bad is the criticism that Finn is pretending to be a trans woman. And this requires two fucking insane beliefs to make this leap of logic, which I am speechless in seeing coming from trans advocates, trans people on the left. The first one is that there is a correct way to look or be trans. That there's a certain way that trans women look or act or behave or present themselves, and that Finn is imitating that. What does a trans woman look like? First, what are you even fucking talking about? Finn has made it incredibly clear that he is not trans, that he just likes to cross-dress. But even if this were the case, that he was somehow emulating a trans woman, what does a trans woman look like? Please enlighten me. Oh, you can't. That's right. The second dumb thing that people assume when they say that Finn is impersonating a trans person and mocking trans people is that any attempt to look like a woman must involve trans women in some way. That because a cis man is dressing like a woman, there has to be some kind of trans aspect or trans component to this, right? That it's inconceivable that a guy can just be gender nonconforming or like to cross-dress or like to do drag, for fuck's sake. That transness must somehow be involved in this. The over-transification, I'm copywriting that term, of gender nonconforming cis men makes me sick. And it is disgusting to see this projected on somebody who is very comfortable in their masculinity, in their manhood, who simply enjoys cross-dressing. It's very strange. It's very strange. I never thought that this would be a conversation that we unironically have in the trans community from people that are supposed to be gender liberationists or gender abolitionists. Color me shocked. And the thing that's most frustrating about this is we're literally giving gender essentialist and turf talking points to kind of call out Finn for offending the trans community, even though anybody that's offended is completely irrelevant and just out of their fucking mind about this take specifically. The idea that trans people are the only people that can engage in gender nonconforming behavior, or that trans people are the only people who don't have to meet those expectations of gendered behavior. It's fine if a trans woman wants to be nonconforming and have a beard and be masculine and maybe not take hormones or maybe not get surgery. It's fine if a trans man wants to be a little bit feminine, maybe show off the gazongas, paint the nails a little bit. But if you are a cis man and you even fucking consider putting on a dress, congratulations, you're a woman, or you were a traitor to trans liberation. This is the kind of thing that makes people afraid to be gender nonconforming as cis people. There's no in between. There's no room for personal growth or development. And another thing that's really important within this is for most trans people, there is that kind of in-between experimental phase. Hypothetically, maybe Finn is in that phase. I don't think that he is. I'm just saying maybe hypothetically, maybe Finn is trans and maybe this is his in-between area to kind of explore gender, maybe bend those expectations, maybe play with presentation. As a trans person, how the fuck can you sit up here in your cute little ivory tower that you have all the trans knowledge figured out and you look down on somebody who may potentially be experimenting with their gender? And if they're not, it's none of your business what cis people do to break those expectations. We should be celebrating this. This makes it easier for us and for them. Moving on to some of my original critiques that I had seen floating around in the internet sphere of things. The first one, the idea that Finn coming home as a girl is a way of mocking trans people in their coming out process. I just have to take a big deep breath. before we go down this rabbit hole. I think that people that are making this criticism have a very serious case that needs to be treated immediately of main character syndrome. The idea that trans people are the only people that have a coming out moment with their families is ridiculous. There are cis men who are closeted cross-dressers, closeted drag queens. Think of all of these people that are not trans that still have to have this coming out moment with their family. It is disgustingly dismissive of the experiences of cis men who break expectations of what men should be and how men should present, that there isn't some kind of a risk involved with that there isn't a chance of alienation. This isn't a trans exclusive thing. Coming out as dressing like a girl is not a trans exclusive thing. It is incredibly dismissive to the people who live alternative lifestyles or gender non-conforming lifestyles or don't meet these expectations to just say, well, you don't get to make a coming out video because it's making fun of me. Please seek help immediately. You are not the only person in the world, okay? There are other people who have coming out experiences that aren't trans, and I know that is brand new, hot off the press information. Take as much time as you need to digest that and then move on accordingly. The next two critiques that I see most frequently, I'm gonna just snowball together. We're gonna do two birds with one stone on this one, okay? And the first one is that Finn is somehow making a joke of trans people by doing the transition timeline meme, where it's a picture of Finn 7 years ago and he's boy moding, literally just wearing a t-shirt, whatever the kids call that these days. I don't know. And then today, where Finn is dressed like a girl for one of his Minecraft videos or whatever. The second one is the trap. I use that word very loosely. The trap jokes where Finn is like, uh-oh, there's something under this dress, or I'm turning all the boys gay. The thing is that these are jokes because they're true. They're memes, right? Finn really did just, live as like a gender conforming man and now is cross-dressing because he wants to. And that there really is something under the dress. And that Finn really is saying like, oh, if you like me, you're gay because I'm a man. Like, these are just memes. They're accurate to his experience and they're just jokes. Humor is subjective. I understand that humor doesn't always hit the nail on the head, so to speak. But as trans people, we don't honestly, truly, if we're going to be 100% real, have the best track record with humor and jokes. And I think that it's fine if somebody makes jokes about their own identity, their own experiences, their own body, their own gender presentation. I think that's completely acceptable. And these are things that we as trans people joke about as well. I've seen plenty of trans people make jokes about like, oh, well, if you like me, you're gay, or like, tee-hee, there's a surprise in here. Transness isn't really defined around the jokes that we find funny or we find acceptable. That's kind of like a weird metric for gatekeeping that I didn't expect to see on my 2023 trans discourse bingo card. But if this is the route that we're going to go down, I don't really want to go. I think I'm going to stay here. I think I'm going to go somewhere else, okay? As we spiral down from my villain monologue on a lot of these issues that I've seen kind of popping up here and there, I want to address one final thing. Why am I commenting on this as a trans man? I'm not a trans woman. I don't know what I'm talking about. This has nothing to do with me. This is not just a trans woman's issue. This is a gender liberation issue, which is something that all trans people should be. We all benefit from gender liberation. We all benefit from relaxed expectations related to what our assigned sex is. We all benefit from flexibility in how we present ourselves. All of these things are good, and we should be supportive of them, not only for trans people, but for cis people as well. It makes it easier for cis people to be gender nonconforming and friendly towards gender nonconforming people, and it makes it easier for trans people to break these expectations and be gender nonconforming. We want a society with less stigma around gender nonconformity and not meeting gendered expectations. That benefits everyone, cis people and trans people. And that's exactly what Finn is doing. Finn is kind of pushing this line of what is acceptable behavior, what is acceptable as gender nonconforming behavior in men, what expectations for men are. We should be celebrating these examples of people who break the mold because it makes it easier. It gives us more room to move about, to experiment with ourselves, to express ourselves in different ways. But the more room, the more breathing room that we have to do this, the easier it is and the safer it is. And that is something that Finn is doing and Finn is normalizing. I cannot conceive of a single person who would actively be against this unless they're jealous of Finn's success or they're just mad as fuck that Finn is a 10 out of 10. Either Finn is super hot or Finn's making so much money and is super successful and it pisses you off. To me, from an outsider sitting here, I see people that have an issue with Finn as jealousy and projection. That's all I see. Because objectively, what Finn is doing is good. Creating breathing room for nonconformity and altering the expectations of what a man is and what a man can do is actually really fucking cool. And to see somebody that successful doing it, amazing. Amazing. It's good. It's good. And we should celebrate it. So in conclusion, wrapping it all up, nice slap a bow on it, we should encourage and celebrate cis people that normalize gender nonconformity and break gendered expectations. This creates and moves towards the gender liberated society that we all hope and dream and pray of, okay? Are we going to have our anarcho-syndicalist co-op where everybody is androgynous and we have no idea what anybody's name is? No, that's not going to give us that. However, it will move you closer towards that if that's what your goal society is. We're getting there, okay? We need to shift the Overton window, and Finn is the one that's moving that bitch, and that's a good thing. And, of course, final points, trans people don't have a monopolization on gender nonconforming behavior, not meeting gender expectations. situations, cross-dressing. We also don't have a monopoly on jokes. We don't have a monopoly on coming out. These are all things that cis people deal with as well. Okay, so I would ask everybody who's like super mad about this to do a little introspection, work on that projection, see somebody about that main character syndrome. It's a really pervasive disease. Okay, you really need to check that out. Thank you for traveling down the villain monologue tree with me this afternoon, my friends. I greatly appreciate it. It's gonna be a good year. 2023 is gonna be the year of the spice. We're gonna be a little bit spicier. We're gonna be a little bit hotter. If you enjoyed this video, like it, comment on it, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm poor and I need your money. Give it to me now. I live stream on YouTube now, which is very exciting and new. I also am still hosting all trans and all trans mask everything panels. I recruit for all of those in my Discord server, which is linked below. If you like the channel art or the editing that is done, please check out the wonderful homies below that help make my villain rants possible. If you want to talk about this, if you want to debate about this, if you want to get spicy with me, please DM me on Twitter. My link is down below. I'm happy to.
Okay, too much. Too much promo for Malcolm. Honestly, like,
Talk about this, or
we all know trans men get too much clout these days. Okay, so we just watched Brother Malcolm video. It used to be Goddammit Malcolm, but apparently the YouTube algorithm doesn't like the word doesn't like the world, honestly, and doesn't like the word damn. But yeah, I highly suggest you watch it. It's in the description, it's in the chat. But yeah, so today I opened Twitter. Wrong, like already starting wrong step, like abort mission already. But I was okay, before everything, hi everyone, hi Sinchao, hi Sam, hi Harley, hi March, welcome. Yeah, I know, first mistake. Honestly, having Twitter is already the first mistake. You know? But I was on Twitter and I had heard about this discourse. I thought we were already over that discourse, but apparently not, because people are just transphobic, you know? And the discourse I'm talking about right now, because we're going to be talking about a lot of discourses, is the J.K. Rowling one. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. And I'm happy for you because you don't have to deal with this. Eternal Discourse Hell Loop. So, Harry Potter bad, actually. J.K. Rowling bad, just like she's a transphobe and like transphobia is like bad. I know, I'm so brave. Thank you. Stop clapping me. And and so this Harry Potter video game came out. I don't know if it actually came out like just now or it came out like a couple of weeks ago. From my understanding, it came out like a couple of weeks ago. And even then, since the announcement of the video game, people were like, oh my god, you shouldn't buy it, you know? I'm like, first of all, I don't even have money. So like, I literally cannot buy it. I'm poor, thank you, bye. But second of all, no, why would you buy it? If you are like, for trans rights, and you don't want to support a transphobe, you know? And even then, apart from that, like, if you want to buy it because nostalgia and like capitalism and you like video games, etc., fine. You know, just don't post about it. I know, so difficult. Oh my god, this is literally oppression. I can't post about playing a video game. Oh my god. But yeah, you know, like, is this like difficult? Is this like literally difficult? Is this like a wild take? You know, don't support media that is like anti-Semitic, that promotes, that gives validity to fascism, that was created by a transphobe, that also decided to create very, very racist characters, or rather, decided to create characters very racistly, you know? But like, whatever, you know? I was like, okay, the discourse is over. I think it's pretty obvious. If you're a leftist who has criticized J.K. Rowling's transphobia, it is like obvious that you shouldn't buy the game nor play it. And like, if you're like somehow like just desperate to play it, you can also watch a playthrough on YouTube. I don't know, like, you know? Also, hi, Chimera Machina, welcome. Chimera Ex Machina. But then, my future boyfriend, Hasana B, was like, I want to raise money for trans people, and I just need to play this game created by this transphobe. And his community was like, no, don't don't play this game. And he was like, oh my god, everyone's such a snowflake. Oh my god, I can't raise money now because I can't play this game. And I'm like, one, you already have money. You don't need to raise money. Two, you're like, there are other games. There are literally other games. There are actually a plethora of trans-friendly games, trans-inclusive games, games that are overtly trans, you know? Isn't this like obvious? And third, because, you know, charity bad actually? You know, I mean, charity is not inherently bad, but sadly, like most of the charity money goes to the actual charity rather than the actions that the charity does. If you know what I mean. Um, so, like for example, typically most of the money that you donate to charity goes to the costs that the charity has to pay. To be fair, including like the people working at the charity who sometimes actually do the work that is needed, but other times it's like, for example, if you donate to a food bank, well, not to a food bank, but like let's say you donate to a charity that works with food and you donate money, most of the money is going to go, typically, like different charities work differently, but typically um most of my money goes to the actual charity, and for example not the food, you know. Some charities try to make most of what they receive go directly towards, in this case, the food, the actual work, rather than the um I don't know, maintenance costs, rent for the charity building, whatever, you know. But yeah, that's typically. And beyond that, I don't know, like we live under a capitalist system and we shouldn't be necessitating the existence of these private charity companies, because that is what they are, private companies that happen to do charity. Oh my god, but they are not NGO. Yeah, NGO means non-governmental organization. So, you know, like But yeah, like we shouldn't need charity, and rather than like I don't know complaining about, oh my god, I cannot donate money even though I'm literally rich and basically a millionaire at this point. Is he literally a millionaire? I guess you could call him that. He literally has a $2.5 million house. But like, instead of complaining about, oh my god, I cannot donate money anymore because I cannot play this one game, you could just be like, you know, oh, we should destroy capitalism right now. He literally has enough people to do a revolution in the US. Just saying. But I'm not going to like put those expectations into Hassan because it's Hassan. And that's why you all need to make him my boyfriend so I can fix him. But like, instead of blindly supporting charity, you could also, try to inform your audience more about how charity is just a feature of capitalism, to make people believe that they are doing good stuff, even though they are actually probably not necessarily. And not to even mention that at the end of the day, like, charity, as much individual good that it can do, it's still maintaining and upholding the system. It's still upholding the capitalist system, and it's functioning as a band-aid. And not even a good one, to be honest. But yeah. Also, hi Kaylee. Oh my god, hi. I've been thinking about you lately. Yeah. I love you. Okay. Also, hi Red Wine Terrorist, and hi Anarchist Tech Support. Welcome. Okay. Raising money is his go-to excuse. And I fucking hate how charity is also used as like a way to gatekeep people, or like to, as like the thing, oh, but have you donated to charity? Oh, but he has donated to charity. It's okay that he's problematic. Like, no, no. Also, are you for trans people? Okay, but like, have you donated to charity? What does that even mean? No, I'm poor. Hello? I literally don't have money to donate to charity. Thank you. Bye. Not to even mention that, yes, I have actually donated to charity, if you want to call it like that. And we literally raised money in this channel to help a friend's transition. Also, Koji is doing super good. I probably will, like, we will probably hang out, like, in a few weeks, but just so you know, the money I raised, like, 2 years ago is for a real friend, like, But yeah. Turf to Nazi pipeline confirmed in the plot. Oh my god. Of course it is. Strange, this is what happens when you let friends listen to Anti-Gay Heritage Foundation. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Charity is where capitalism and the government has reneged on its responsibilities and has failed us. Under socialism, it wouldn't be necessary.
Like,
yeah.
the wise philosopher Hannah Montana.
Oh my god, thank you,
said,
Haley. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous, for giving us up to Haley. I appreciate it. I need to change that alert, because, like, I mean, Joshua Bassett is not problematic per se, but he's not like a nice person, Remember when Rowling just tweeted Dumbledore is gay? It's canon. Oh my god, don't even get me started. J.K. Rowling, why aren't there like gay characters in the Harry Potter universe. Dumbledore is gay. That's canon. Didn't you know? No, I didn't know because in the entire 7 books, that is literally never mentioned. Yeah, but like he's gay because I say it right now, so like he is. Duh. Honestly, it would have made more sense if she made Dumbledore ace, and you could actually like have like you could read between the lines in Harry Potter and make Dumbledore gay, make Dumbledore asexual and canon, but no, she was like, yeah, he's gay. Why? Because I said. Them doing the government's job for them while also manufacturing goodwill for the rich should be a huge red flag. And not just manufacturing goodwill, but also literally giving them tax breaks while also promoting their PR. They get to look like good people while also not paying taxes, or rather paying them in just being more popular with people, because people will think, oh my god, they're so good. Oh my god, they're such a good person because they're donating to charity. Oh my god, they're so good because they have a charity. Even though it's just more tax breaks, but whatever. Using I've done charity as a get out jail card is bourgeois behavior. Literally. Literally. It is so fucking disgusting because people eat that shit up. Leftists eat that shit up, and I'm like, I literally learned that charity bad actually when I was a baby leftist. And okay, to be fair, not everyone has the same journey, not everyone knows the same things as you, but like, when you reach the conclusion that capitalism bad and you start consuming leftist content, how can you like put 2 and 2 together with like, charity is not actually helping solve any fundamental issues in society. They're just giving money. Maybe there's something wrong here. I don't know. Like, move that noggin, move that brain a little. The money from the biggest donors is stolen via exploitation in the first place. I mean, literally, literally. Not to offend, I'm not saying that anyone named Ali's leader. I'm just, Yeah, remember when she confirmed the only gay character to be dude grooming a child to sacrificing his life? Don't even get started with that. Oh my god. Also, I have only watched, I'm not a true Harry Potter fan. I just know that I'm Ravenclaw and have watched the movies, which I guess for some people that makes me a fan, but I'm not really. I just like magic. Oh my god. I like magic. I mean, he is, but that would only be relevant if he was raising money for himself, in my opinion, or a poverty cult. I am in poverty, but still not what I wanted. Fair. Charity is a band-aid. If this is news to people, that would be crazy. Hassan has said this a lot. Oh my god. Yeah, I was talking in the with the assumption that okay, maybe Hassan hasn't talked about it, but like if he has talked about it. Also, I'm 90% sure most of the people who watch Hassan literally just watch him for for literally his face, and not because of what he actually said. Which is honestly himbo oppression. But like, you know, because like, I've talked about this. I agree with most of the things Hassan says. Wild take, you know? And like, it is just weird to me how he still has such a liberal base. To be fair, I don't think his entire, like, he has a liberal, I mean, he has. Whatever, I'm not even going to, like, pretend he doesn't. Allyship is transactional, you see. Yeah. I'm sick of it. True. I can barely afford to live. I cannot afford charity. Literally. For any intersections to be relevant, they just be quid pro quo. Oh my god. Stop. We don't believe and trust billionaires when they speak their truth. I remember, so like, these unnamed debate bros said that they are pro charity because it is fine that some billionaire wants to research his niche, like wants to cure their niche illness, disease, and it's like, okay, but like under socialism, you know, people all over the fucking world would work together to solve like the major issues, like, you know, every single motherfucking cancer, HIV, etc. And while most researchers are working on that, you could have other people working on those niche diseases and still be profitable. And it would be profitable, you know why? Because there literally wouldn't be a profit motive. So, you know, yeah. Not to even mention that they wouldn't even have to ask for money to do this research. They would just have access to the tools they need and the resources they need to do the research. But yeah. Also, hi Wing, welcome. Yes, only Wing has it right. In my head canon, every character is ace unless the text proves they're not. Base take. I'm still like a very not allonormative, but I'm just a slut. And so I just think everyone is bisexual until proven otherwise. But honestly, like, that makes more sense to think everyone is ace until proven otherwise. Right, Koala, I'm here for Ace Dumbledore. I mean, like, that is like it is way easier to write an ace character than for a straight person to write a queer character. Sorry. Going back to track record, she probably doesn't think we exist. Fair. Fair. I mean, not fair, fucked up, but like, that makes sense. Ace folks don't fail to the rigid binary of straight gay that her kind insists society adheres to. Oh yeah. I don't think she knew the word asexual at that point. The straight people were a mistake. I'm sorry. But also, am I? No tax breaks in this circumstance other than possibly for the money Hassan donated personally. Doubted it would be need to know more than US tax law and fuck that noise. Fair. Like our military and cops ask us to donate new toys. Oh my god, today for Christmas so they can look benevolent. Oh, fucking disgusting. I'm not learning tax law. Fair, don't worry. Like, but like, I'm just saying, like, most of like actual billionaires and rich people. I mean, Hassan is a rich person. Most of you know what I mean, okay? I'm not learning tax law, US tax law, when I don't even live in the US either. A bunch of charities are literally just scams too and only give a fraction to the money to their supposed cause and the rest goes to their heads and other bullshit. Yeah, I already talked about it. Like most of the money you donate to charity doesn't go directly to the like direct action, but rather to the costs of maintenance and other stuff. It is necessary under capitalism and not wrong per se. Food parcels help people live rather than die, for example, but it shouldn't be necessary if our society was structured better. Yeah, you know. Some support reactionary shit, unsurprisingly. I watch Hassan clips because they're funny, but I haven't ever watched his stream. Same. Like, it is weird for me to watch a stream without having chat, but also it is too overwhelming to have his chat open. So when I close his chat, I feel like it's wrong. And when I open his chat, I feel this is even worse. So I just literally cannot watch Hassan stream. But I would watch him from behind. Okay, please stop. I haven't been able to deal with watching him in almost 2 years because he keeps doing problematic reactionary shit. I was such a fan. SMH. Oh, I know. This is why we need to fix him. He's so close. Why should they get... Oh yeah, me too, yes, I understand that normie base is who he's targeting, not you or I, which is why he gets cancelled every week by... Not even him, like, literally, like that's why I was skeptical of saying, like, his base is lived, because, like, literally, his fans will cancel him. You know, like, the main people complaining about Hassan's house was literally his chat. You know what I mean? Does work to affect change, and it's not for you and I. We're expected to organize and do shit.
They're fucking
IRL
liberals, dude.
Literally.
They're liberals.
They're liberals, literally. We stand Luna. Thank you. And I'm talking about Luna Oi, not the actual K-pop group, by the way. Why should they get to research without paying taxes for their niche diseases? They can't afford taxes. Yeah, I mean, not to even mention that, right? He's obsessed with chat, viciously attacking anyone that becomes the main character for even a second on his stream for disagreeing. Oh my god. Oh yeah. What's the evidence that this approach affects change? I hear that claim about lots of popular leftist entertainers, but I don't see any evidence for any of them. So, like, the change that they are saying is, like, basically there are more people who vote Democrat, but also, like, most people who come into these channels already vote Democrat. I don't know. Like, I guess, like, I think the change is like they have a sense that things are changing or that there are more people who are leftist, but the only change is on their pocket. Honestly. Hi, one guy Ian. Welcome. It's been a while. That's in stream, to be honest, literally. Dozens of people trapped in Hassan's chat. I just imagine like a cage with a lot of mini people, like, actual Nazis in his chat abandoning the far right. You would need to watch him to see. If you don't, of course, you won't see it. I mean, I don't think that's how it happened. Like that's the thing. Like, I won't say that Hassan and insert any other leftist streamer don't help as part of the pipeline to get like reactionaries, right wingers, even neo Nazis out of that. But to say that they are like the sole thing that changed them is giving them too much fucking credit. You know? Like, because, like, for example, like, I'm a leftist, right? So if I watch one Ben Shapiro video, I'm not going to be all of a sudden, oh my god, he's so right. I'm a Nazi now. Do you know what I mean? Like, Nazis are going to watch Hassan and they're probably going to be like, oh my god, he's wrong! He's wrong! And then close his video. Or comment something. You know, like there has to be already something before that is already making them think about, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this Nazi shit is like wrong. You know? You know, maybe the USSR, maybe it was good that the USSR defeat all the Nazis. Maybe that Stalin guy, he did nothing wrong. No streamer is starting the Vanguard. They're effectively de-radicalizing chats. They are all entertainments performing, except Sebs. Oh my god, I wish. Like, I try to make people conscious about like to have a good political analysis and be conscious of like social stuff, learn about international stuff. You know, I don't know. Why did you laugh? Because I laughed not to cry? I don't know. Billionaires will not live in the same location twice, so they can claim their cheap boat is their house, so they avoid real estate taxes on their house. Interesting, also wild, also deranged behavior, and also literally, how is China not socialist when they are literally like, you know, the billionaires? You know, just saying, just saying, just saying. The famous former Nazi, sorry, I hate to be cynical and I don't mean to be shitting to you particular, very skeptical. Social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. True. They also trained mansions to avoid taxes. Billionaires will fucking start reservation only museums to avoid taxes on their hoarding. Oh my, oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah. Again, if you look at the, you won't ever know. Like, okay, again. Oh, cool, more leftists. Oh my god. Pocket $5 lighter. I've been really stressed with this work contract, and I didn't manage it well enough to not negatively impact my presence online. Fair. I hope you're doing better now. Ben Shapiro can convince you to abandon the left in one video. I know. You know, Ben Shapiro has a point. People whose houses are going to drown should just sell them. You know? Oh my god, he's so right. Oh my god, so true, Queen. Yes, I called him Queen. King and Queen. He's beyond the binary. I'm transing Ben Shapiro right now. It has happened, of course, it is rare and better to beat good sense into fascists. None said good said not none said soul saying no one said soul saying no one exists in a vacuum. Come on, that's what faith. I'm just like I'm not trying to be bad faith. I'm just like, you know, trying to see the broader context, you know. But yeah. Over so many of them, I still make perplexed faces. The judgment, all social chauvinists are now Marxists. Oh my god, don't laugh. Honestly, that Lenin quote, though, So on point, so memeable. Oh my god, he would have gone viral. He would have gone viral. Workers' liberation means all workers, not just the cishet white. If only someone understood that. If only someone. Shocking, I know. I'm shocked. This is my shock face. Who's Richard Aoki? Welcome, Subversive History. Wow. Look at this not knower. He doesn't know who Richard Aoki is and he claims to be a leftist. Curious. Curious. Richard Aoki is a... What do you mean? Richard Aoki was literally the guy who armed the Black Panther Party. Wow, you didn't know? This is like common knowledge, like... It's like Marx, Lenin, Richard Aoki. Duh. Like, I literally didn't learn about him like last week or anything. Why are you talking about this? Like, so obvious. But yeah, Richard Aoki worked with the Black Panther Party and he gave like the first round of arms, weapons to Huey and Bobby. So yeah, don't worry, we're not there yet. We're still talking about like the discourses. But yeah, don't support transphobes. Wild take, I know, I'm so brave. Thank you. Not, look, we're getting into that. Don't worry. We know he was an FBI agent. I understand. We're getting into that. Don't worry. We literally spent like 3 hours of a stream going into him into a roller coaster of like, is he an FBI agent? Is he not? Oh my god, we don't know. But yeah. And you think I'm dramatizing that? No, I was literally crying last stream because of that. Also, you can watch all my streams on YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube. Subscribe, like, yes. I even cut like the Richard Aoki segment in its own video. I'm basically a professional YouTuber now. I want to learn some good worker songs. I'm thinking of getting a guitar. I like every time I listen to music, I feel like, should I be listening to communist music? And then I just go back to Taylor Swift. The drama, literally asset, not an agent. Yes. Aoki was a piece of shit informant that got guns from the CIA, FBI to arrest, murder his comrades. Great guy. He didn't. No, that's not what happened. He didn't do that. But he literally didn't do that. Okay, like the thing is, like, he was an informant, but he already had the weapons. We're going to get. Oh my god! Literally, wait. Oh my god! There's another discourse we have to talk about. But yeah, got the government giving leftists weapons to try to make them. He literally already had the weapons. Oh my god, me defending him when like, I'm just fact checking chat, okay? Never believe Wikipedia revolutionary, especially non-white ones. True. Oh my god, imagine believing Wikipedia. How dare you, Johnny? How dare you? He gave numbers to the Fed. The numbers to the Fed. He did. But yeah, okay. Before we get into Richard Aoki, the last discourse. Apparently, literally, where's Bolden? Bolden, where are you? We need you right now. It is literally your responsibility. Okay, where's my fan? I need my fan. I'm looking for it and I don't. Oh my god, the CIA stole my fan. Oh my god, the CIA doesn't want me to be fabulous. I think it's in the kitchen. It's in the kitchen. Kitchen confirmed. Now we're ready. Communism is win with the fan cup. What the fuck? Your fan is right here. Oh my god. Okay. So like apparently there are some people that think that saying the R slur is okay. We're literally in the year 26 of our Lord and Savior Lord, because we're in the year 2023 since Jesus was born, so like my Lord is Lord, and you get the joke, whatever. Wait a second. The FBI is here. Hello? Hola? Hey? No, this one. Okay. Okay, so someone like pressed my bell, and it was literally the FBI. She was like, "Do you know how there's like conflict in the world?" And also she was talking so fucking slow. "Do you know there's conflict in the world to an international level?" And I'm like, "Are you going to talk about me? Are you going to talk to me about communism?" And I was like, "Yes." And she was like, "Do you think the Bible?" And I'm like, "No, Bible." No, the Bible is not going to help me. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. I think it's slur to be I don't know. I don't think it's a slur to call someone racist. Don't even get. I already said that 2023 is when the discourse of white is a slur is going to happen. And so far, I'm not proven wrong with how this is going. The Japanese F slur for trans folk is a K too. Life is concerning. Life is concerning. Do I think the Bible is to blame? Sure, but only partially. Okay, so trigger warning, content warning, Arthur being shown, because, why? Literally, why? How? Why? And then she was complaining on Twitter about like, oh my god, people are not engaging with my video. They should watch my segment to see my explanation. It's like, there is literally no explanation. There is literally no explanation. There is no justification. There is no reason. It is like, no. Your title is literally just the slur. No. And not even mention that the reason why saying the art slur has become a thing is because another person, Ian, if you know, you know, if you don't, you don't, and you shouldn't, but like, I'm just going to call him Ian. Ian was talking about asexuality, and he was talking about how asexual people are just traumatized people and that's why they don't want to have sex. And so he just proceeded to call asexual people R slurs continuously in the stream. It's like, you're not just being you're not literally just dismissing, like erasing the existence of asexual people. You also decide to add ableism by calling them that they are just traumatized. And on top of that, because that part of ableism wasn't enough, you actually decided to start calling them the R slur. This is why I need my fan. Like, it is. And I'm like, yes, he is Ian. And yeah, of course, it's not fucking surprising. These people are fucking Nazis. Are fucking Nazis. And it's not like and it's not like, oh, he was debating someone, so he was using the R slur tactically. He was just talking with his chat, and he just decided to be like, yeah, asexual people are traumatized people and they don't exist. Like, these are the people that represent the left. Micro label for people who resonate with that. That's the vast majority of Facebook are not that. God, I'm tired of queerphobia erasure, literally. I mean, don't even get me started on like bi erasure. You know, like, I can go for hours about that, but like, these are. By the way, if you already don't follow Jane, you won't be able to watch this video. But
You can
this video is what basically made me decide to completely erase all ableisms from my language, and by all ableisms I mean normalized ableisms such as the word, you know, dumb, stupid, and other words like that. If you want to learn more about that, ableism, you know, there's a great that link is a great resource to learn more about ableism stuff. But yeah. Who are these people who think that some people cannot just not want sex? I like they are telling on themselves in so many ways. I mean, it's not like it is known that, you know. But yeah. Fucking everything without using those literally. Like, tell me you don't understand sexuality without screaming slurs? Like, oh. Oh yeah, okay.
say that word when you've been called it your whole life. You can say that word when you've been called it your whole life. You can say that word when even your teachers called you it. You can say that words when strangers whisper it and laugh behind your back in public. You can say that word when strangers scream it at you from across the street and you fear for your life. You can say that word when it's what people are screaming at you while they beat you. You can say that word when it's the last thing people like you hear before they're killed. You can say that word when every time you hear it, your stomach drops and you want to die. You can say that word. But when I told my mom not to say retard, she told me she wouldn't say it around me. You can say that word when you've been...
And you can literally replace the R slur right now with any other normalized ableism. And when you understand how normalized ableist language is in our society, there is no going back. Or at least that is what happened to me. Like, I watched this video and I completely understood how normalized ableisms are truly fucking violent. Like, it is beyond me how people in 2023, in the 21st century for that matter, are still like throwing that word around, using it however the fuck they want. Like, even people like the girl, the woman we just watched, who have all the fucking right to use it, those are the people who tend not to use it the most. Because they know the weight of those words. Like, the people who are allowed to use the slurs are the people who are the most conscious about why those slurs shouldn't be used. And it shouldn't have to be up to them to have to be explaining to all the fucking horrible people that exist on the internet and have a fucking platform to explain, oh, this word is actually bad. You shouldn't use this word. Actually, thank you. Like, as a child of the 90s, I can recall having play dates with kids canceled because their parents found out I was in resource room classrooms. Oh, in room classrooms and had been diagnosed with autism. I know that word well. Damn. I'm sorry, Johnny. I grew up with the word being thrown at me like it was normal because I am and was very visibly autistic. Even when masking, we never stopped using it. Shit was wild, but I mean, shit is still fucking wild, apparently. I mean, it's still wild in so many other ways, but yeah. It'd be interesting reading that one. Okay. I want to get into being a support worker for other autistic folks and folks with learning disabilities, and I'm so worried about how much shit is going to be fucked up. I thought we stopped saying that word 30 years ago. Me too. Me too. You know why? Because when I grew up, we literally never used that word. I literally learned this word from watching leftists. And not even watching them, but like being aware that those leftists existed or exist. I mean, to be fair, like I knew about this word because of old movies, you know, but like I was aware that that's like a bad word, you know, like the world well fell swoop, but we do what we can. Good people everywhere, and there are more than us. There are more of us than there are the right wing. Yeah, I have Hala's dissertation level stuff written on the internet about erasure of non-binary, folk in conversation and communication. People who have called themselves bisexual, but mean that they are into everyone and almost everyone, and most people called on it only get defensive. Damn. If you can drop it in the Discord, one guy in, I would appreciate that because I would also like to rate that with a non-ableist insult for how fucked up this is. Like these are just horrible fucking people. And I understand that horrible is not making enough justice to the level of how horrible these people are. I remember even teachers saying it. Oh my god. I was making hard. I was masking hard in school and realized somewhat recently that I have been extra hard in the past on folk who aren't quite passing. Damn. Streamers brought it back literally. And it is disgusting because it's not even like right wingers who brought that back. It is literally people who call themselves leftists who are supposed to be advocating for minorities and disenfranchised groups and oppressed groups, and they are literally the ones perpetuating that oppression. I hate people. And I can't even say that I hate. I hate people, but also I happen to be a fucking communist who wants to liberate everyone. And I want, you know what? You should get healthcare. I'm that horrible authoritarian communist who wants, oh, everyone gets education. Oh, that's so authoritarian. Don't know that children were beaten daily by teachers for being left-handed. Holy shit. But always was always a ways to go. That is why we do what we do. Yeah. Wouldn't have to have left in order to be brought back. Wouldn't it have? Yeah. I understand. I'm just like my English brain. We live it, we fought it. It is why we still fight against it. Yep. In my circles, haven't heard it since the 80s for real. Damn. Like. Oh, but they are doing good. They're converting the right wingers into Democrats. That is what they are doing. They have literally stated as such. Oh, my goal is to make them both Democrats. Okay. Arthur, transphobes. Ace people are real. I'm scared that that is going to become a discourse. But asexual people are real, are valid. You are allowed not to want sex at all. You know? Also, hi, Felipe Nefe, welcome. Don't say the N-word. White people is not a slur. Normie is not a slur. Liberal is not a slur either. And we already had the liberal is a slur discourse last year, so I don't even want to revive it. Um, people, L word. Oh my god. Oh, liberal. Like sorry. Also, hi cornbread. Welcome. You said L word, and I was like, there was a liberal, a discourse on liberal. Yes. I'm glad it only lasted like a week and it was very exclusive to Twitter, but there was. Lesbian. You said L word and I thought of lesbian. Lesbian is a good word actually, and you shouldn't be shamed for using it or label as such. You know. Lebanese is also acceptable. Lebanese are valid people. We stand Lebanon. Actually, no, Lebanon is like a problematic country currently, if I'm not mistaken. But also, we stand Rania Khalek, so we are going to make an exception for her. Lithuanians aren't though. Oh my god. What else? Straight is not a slur. People should be able to wear whatever they want in like regardless of how they identify as. Wild take apparently. If you were in the beginning, you watched the Malcolm video, but like if a cis guy wants to dress femininely to the point where he literally looks like a woman, it's their prerogative. It's like their decision, and their identity as a cis man is just as valid. You know, no cis people dressing cross cis people cross dressing is not erasing trans people. It's not making a problem for normies about trans people. If they don't get it, they don't get it, and it's their fucking problem. Like, what else? All white people are bad. There are no exceptions. Thank you. Bye. Just kidding. Oh my god. I will literally be. It's a land bank is not funded by Amazon. Women should have rights. Trans like everyone should have rights. Like, don't even get me started with super straight. Non-binary people exist. You know, I exist. I'm here. I'm real. I can touch myself. I can touch myself. Yeah. Land back isn't ethno-nationalism. Indigenous people don't want to kill white people. You know why? Because indigenous people don't even want to interact with white people at all. VTubers are not destroying Twitch. Wales and Scotland should get their independence, as well as Northern Ireland. Taiwan is China. It's NATO's fault. Everything is NATO. Literally everything around the world is either NATO or the US's fault. Hashtag make India communist now. Porn isn't destroying anyone's lives. Like, oh my god, there's people should go to therapy, like, you know. Okay, like, comment, subscribe. Thank you. Bye. Okay, but like for real, like People think porn is like destroying people. Whatever. I'm not going to get into porn discourse because it is complicated and not all porn is made with like trafficked people actually, and yes, there is porn that is made with trafficked people, but like that's dark web shit, and I condemn that, but also like to say that not all porn is that doesn't mean that, like some people want to be sex workers, like, I hate people. My brother-in-law's a zoomer that got caught up in the super straight nonsense for like a week. Oh my god. Feminism is not the fault of anything except white feminism. Oh god. Don't even get. I'm done. Okay, let's get into Richard Aoki. Also, I've been streaming for an hour, so if you are able to subscribe, give subs, cheer with bits, donate, it would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Or even find it. Literally. Literally. Oh my god. Like. Also, don't go to the dark web. I don't even know how to, but like, just don't. They are going to track you down and you're going to be in that database. And honestly, being in that database is way scarier than being in the CIA database. And I know what being in the CIA database is like because I am there. Hi, CIA agent that was designated to watch me every day. I hope you love me. XOXO, Gossip Girl. uh, Super straight is. I don't even know. It's like. It's white people. White men. That is super straight. White men. Because Steps is going to be Andrew Tate in prison. Oh my god. I'm not going to talk about that guy. He's literally in prison. Why are people still talking about him? Like I know that people were talking about him like a week after that because the Vice documentary came out, but like, oh my god. And one of the most conservative backwards areas in the USA, interracial marriage and women's suffrage is still contentious. What do you? Oh, amongst conservatives, I mean, still. A couple of days ago, not a couple of days, a couple of months ago, I watched like a video where some YouTuber like had to clarify that like there's nothing wrong with interracial marriage, and I was like, I thought we were past this already. Why are people? Why are you talking about this? The video wasn't even about that. The video wasn't even about race. The word white in front of a movement does make it questionable. Yeah. Do you think I'm... Why did you pick me? Do you think I'm cat? Possibly depends on if his team is still tweeting out on the regular for him like they were. Oh, interesting. Okay, I gave you the access. By the way, Haley, if someone writes their name on Airlock, you have to give them the people role so they can access the rest of the Discord. I have to have it logged, but also like I've been witness of way too many Discord raids, and I've been mod to 3 Discord raids. So it's like not fun when there's not like it's not fun. Hot take. Discord rates are not fun. But yeah. Okay, we're going to have a break right now because my brain is melting. Where is it? Just because Sam wants to watch this video. Oh, also, Haley, you're here, so you're going to relate.
Sorry, first time being kidnapped, kind of nervous. So, like, why did you pick me? Do you think I'm cute? I'm gonna kill you. Okay, daddy vibes, we love a bad boy king, and I wanna die.
There's something wrong with your generation. Freeze! Police! You're safe now, ma'am.
Okay, ew, police is not that deep. Chill. And did you just assume my gender? Because that's offensive.
But I'm here to say-
That's offensive.
But you were-
That's offensive. Sorry, first time being kidnapped, kind of nervous.
It is so good. So good. So good. Literally me. I would like to say that I don't have permissions to view airlock history. Oh my god, don't you? And I wanna die. Like, that is literally so encapsulating of my generation. Also, I thought oh, I needed to give you history. It's because I don't have it. Okay. You should be able now. I need to go over Discord because, like, why the concept of it's just bisexuality with extras is non-binary erasure. It is. Is it not? I'm confused. I don't know. I'm confused. Is it? What are we talking about? Are we talking about pansexuality? I'm not going to read this right now. It works now. Yep. Okay. If you got into a bisexual space and say that you'll be arguing a lot. If I said that pansexual and bisexual are the same, do you think I'm good? So good. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to send you all the links because it's just it's so good. I hate it because, like, a boomer friend presented this TikTok to me and I was like, I literally have no, like, I literally cannot say anything because I'm literally him. Okay, police, ew, and did you have to make gender? Cause that's cause what? Cause that's offensive. That's offensive. That's offensive. So good. Okay. Okay. If you don't know who Richard Aoki is, Richard Aoki is a guy who gave the Black Panther Party the weapons that they used. And that's all I'm going to say right now because we're going to read an article. I know, articles, fun. Okay. It boils down to basically people are really attached to their label and don't like non-binary trans folks. Lack of being included matters enough to change the label they use. Are really attached to their label and don't like don't feel like non-binary trans folks like the feeling included matters enough to change the label that they use. Interesting. I mean, the only reason I use the label bisexual is because I like the flag. Is it just 3 colors? Yes. Is it literally just a gradient of like pink to purple to blue? Yes. Am I basic? Yes. So, but I'm like, technically I'm pansexual if you want to, be more specific, but like, I don't know. In my opinion, it's a generation. As a bisexual, what's a bisexual space? Also, same. Literally, what is it? I stay away from the bipan discourse like the plague. It's all semantic, in my opinion, but no one wants to see it that way. Like, I mean, not to even mention that, like, it is not that difficult to not be transphobic. Why do people think that being, like, no one, like, you are not oppressed because you can't be transphobic? Like, I'm so confused. Like, no, you don't have to say the T slur, you don't have to say the N slur, you don't have to say any slurs for that matter. Like, have you thought about just being nice to people? Have you thought about, like, if they tell you, hey, these are my pronouns, you go, oh, okay. Like, I hate how people complain about, oh, I'm not a perfect leftist. Oh my god, everyone like wants perfection, and it's like, the line of perfection in the left is very fucking low. Not be don't be queerphobic, don't be sexist, don't be racist. I can't even say don't be don't be ableist, because like people don't even really care about that. So it's like, don't be racist, don't be queerphobic, don't be sexist, and that's it. That's it. I mean, be anti-ableist, that's my extra, it's like, if you're anti-ableist, fuck me, but like, I mean, if you're ace, don't fuck me, it's okay. But also, everything consensual. You know what I mean? Like, people say, oh my god, I cannot be the perfect leftist. And it's like, you can. Actually, it is very fucking easy. And I understand it's not easy to everyone because people have been indoctrinated into the white supremacist, patriarchic, ableist, queerphobic system, and the US spreads propaganda and yada yada. But like, try, that's the most that I ask, even, like, try. If someone tells you, hey, that's like not kosher, that's like a bit problematic, instead of being like, oh my god, I didn't say anything, oh my god, I didn't know, how dare you, oh my god, you're literally oppressing me, you can just be like, oh my god, really? Oh, I'm sorry, I will stop saying that, I will delete my tweet, I will, apologize. Like, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult not to be problematic. Just saying. Bisexual groups, interesting. I'm nearly 40. It's not a generational divide. I know people who are Gen Xers and Boomers who are omnisexual, and Gen Z who insist that bisexual is okay. Oh, have you seen the omnisexual flag? We're going to see it. Fine. Like, the problem is that it has more colors. And now I have to change my emote. Fine. Fine. Me changing my sexuality based on flags. Honestly, that just shows that I am above everyone else. Bi flag is the best flag, literally. From my understanding, bisexual is an umbrella term which has more specific micro labels under that being pan, poly, and omni. Interesting. Fun. What's the difference? Wait, what's the difference between omni and pansexual? Me being like the queer advocate, not knowing terms. Oh, I know what bisexual is, but I don't know what omnisexual is. Like pan, because I'm so picky, it doesn't matter. Literally. That's the way I understand it. So I'm a basic bitch, secretly pansexual, but their flag didn't hit. Literally though. I mean, the pan flag is cool, but it's like too complicated, and I just love neat, simple gradients. And also, like, I've been historically attracted to attracted. Like, I have historically always liked the gradient of the bi flag even before I knew I was bi. So it's like it's always been a calling of mine. It's like petal pink, hot pink, royal blue, lavender, periwinkle. Oh my god, stop! I love periwinkle. This is how you know you're gay and a graphic designer when one of your favorite colors is literally periwinkle. Imagine a straight person saying, "Oh my god, I love periwinkle." It's valid, okay? It's valid. We don't shame color preference. Hi, Kay. Welcome. uh, and that's not cross their minds. Sounds good to me. Not be transphobic challenge for Pat sucks literally impossible. Just don't be a bigot, literally. Don't be such phobic, literally. It's a, it's not easy for everyone because chauvinism is rampant. Yeah, I know. My family still dead names me after 20 years. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Ian. God, I hate people. I just don't have it in me like I used to, or at least for today, to argue with people on the internet like I used to. Yeah, girl, I'm 23, and I'm already like over arguing with people on the internet. Literally 1984 to ask me to stop being an asshole. Oh my god. If like I would laugh if I didn't know that people literally say that. Unironically. Like, oh my god, so authoritarian that I have to use your pronouns. What do you mean? What do you mean that's so authoritarian? You are using pronouns anyway. Hello? Misspeaking can be forgiven, accents can be forgiven, but only when people are making an effort to learn. Yeah, and it's like pretty fucking obvious when someone is genuinely making an effort and when someone is just being an asshole. Or at least for me, but I don't know if that's just me because I'm autistic and have a lot of trauma, or it's just genuinely that fucking obvious. Like, I don't know. Goes to that how you were called when you were growing. Oh my god. That's... It's so easy to acknowledge a mistake and move on. Literally. Too many egos on the left. Everyone in chat said it. Yep. So it's a bi flag with more colors, literally. You're omni now. Yeah. Can I include me in your sexuality? Yeah. Do it under protest, hang it upside down. Oh my god. I think sometimes uses a hydra as an animal icon because multiple heads different. is everything, so you are a furry now? Oh my god. I'm not a furry because one, that would be expensive, and two, I'm just not. But it's like funny, like it is funny like how many furry people I know, which is two. But honestly, like I never expected to meet actual furries, so that's fine. Is attracted to all genders, but in a way that each gender or presentation plays into that attraction. But in a way that each gender and or presentation plays into that attraction. I don't get it, but I get it, and yes. Some people who don't understand what the fuck shit actually means will say that the difference is between if you're attracted to a person's brain without regard to their shape or their body versus if you're physically digging the body too. Oh, if pan is all but blind, then omni is all but different. Oh, I'm omnisexual then. I'm like, yes. Is being omnisexual basically admitting you are superficial? I don't know. I like the eighth flag. Fair, honestly. And like again, if you want to identify with a sexuality based solely on their flag, that's valid. And I am not I'm not even um joking right now. I'm like, if that if that's your vibe, if that's what you want, you should be able to want that. Like, I don't know why people make it such a big deal. Oh my god, you shouldn't, like, you don't choose to be trans, you are trans, and it's like, yes, but also if you just happen to choose to be trans, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't still be respected. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you choose to be gay or choose to be bisexual or whatever, you should still be respected and not be lynched. I don't know, like, if you choose to have pineapple on pizza, you shouldn't be shamed. I don't know. Omni equals Latin for all. Pan equals Greek for all. Omni better than pan. All other sexualities are Latin. Throwing Greek onto it only further otherizes us and prevents the masses from understanding, as Greek is a lot more rare in other language, in our language, and much less widely understood. Interesting. People who call themselves bisexuals are omnisexual, sapiosexuals. Interesting. Can I just? I think I will stick to bisexual then. I'm like, I like people. And sometimes it's because they are communist, and sometimes it's just because they're hot, and sometimes it's because of both. And now I understand why people say, "Oh my god, I don't have labels." Honestly, I'm becoming that person, and I hate myself. I'm queer. You know what? Fuck it. I'm a slut. That's my sexuality. Slut. I love being a slut. Actually, I don't. It is dangerous sometimes, but like, whatever. As long as it doesn't get inflammatory. Oh my god. Why do you know who I want to fuck, huh? Oh my god, do you like me? Do you think I'm cute? Why are you calling me the F-slur? Do you think I'm cute? I was arguing over the internet before the internet was invented over the Nokia 3310 was a groundbreaking piece of technology. Oh my god. are people who are into people for who they are, their brain and their body is a secondary consideration at best. Also, why does the gene ad have a guy walking away from us in jeans that are too big for his ass? What the fuck? Oh my god. This is literally played a song like that in the mornings. A song like what? Also, I'm like scared. Just like I've been to Tofu Ghost's stream and their chat like varies from like liberal to base, but also I feel like he never like has like a stance on anything, and I haven't seen them cover anything that other than like liberal news. But also I have been to their stream like 2 times, so plus they stream when I'm sleeping. So I just don't have a good idea of their political views. Yeah. I'm not there hardly ever, but they seem cool. They're cute. I fuck them. I need to stop. I grew up with furries. I saw a 6-foot fox suit when I was 13. Oh my god. To the people who a reductive idea of what intelligence means, yeah. What if I'm picky? You are just picky then. God, picky sexual. That sounds so horrible. Picky sexual? Stop. I'm technically grade Ace, but I say Ace because it's easier and the flag is prettier. See? Then you're human. Also, another hot take. People should have standards. And by people, I mean everyone but me. Just kidding. This is why, like, when I have one night stands, I just don't want to know who you are, because then I'm going to understand that you are a liberal, and I just disgusting. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to know that I'm sleeping with a liberal. Disgusting. Thank you. Bye. I'm also omnigender, so it gets real queer around here. Oh my god, but like, for real. Like I want to know your name, you know? I don't need to know what you work on. We're not getting married. Some people ask, oh, what do you do for work? Why do you care? Why do you care? We're not getting married. Also, I stream and teach English. But like, literally, why do you care? Like, there are people who put in their profile, I only date non-lazy people who work. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like the people who put in their profile, I need to know I don't do lazy people who don't work, are the same people who are like, I don't want like people who get attached quickly because I am here just to have a fun time. And it's like, okay, so like, why do you need to know if they work or not if you just want to have sex? Like, is it one or the other? Like, you know, like, men. Great omnisexual. Almost finding better words to describe stuff. Me too. Like, I love a good label. I'm being too gay today. We were going to talk about Richard. Okay. I love queer identity discourse. It's really interesting to talk about. I love it too, because like, these are the discourses that we need, like, but like in good faith. You know, like, picky sexual. Should that be a thing? I think it shouldn't be a thing just because it sounds bad. Like picky sexual? Stop. Yeah, I've seen what you described called something like that. I'm not sure if there's most accurate, more, it's a most accurate term, but it's, I get what you're saying. As long as it doesn't get inflammatory, flat sexual, literally. Oh my god. I honestly don't like choosing a label for myself, and that's fair. That's fair. We'll have a harem of CC Nazi subs that he domes within a year. I hope so. Because, like, the thing about Nazis, most of the time they have money. So, like, if they are willing to give me their money, yeah. But also, like, they would just give me their money and not be able to chat, and they cannot put a message in their donations. You know? Like, those are my rules. Pretty sure my cup is not sexual, but they call themselves asexual? Asexual. Bye. The artist is like Lil Mariko. Are you talking about my background music? Or like, what are you talking about? Which streamer? Tofu Ghost is too chill and non-confrontational enough for me. Oh my god. He's like, he's too much of a sub. They. Just not my style. It's all no hate, chill enough. Good luck to them. Slut sexual, but I'm An. My brain's melted. I don't know. I don't care anymore. My spouse and I are pretty monogamous. Ew, disgusting. Ew, disgusting monogamy. Just kidding. And I really don't care what somebody thinks of our marriage. We're both still bi. Neither of us are bigots. Fine. Good. Great. We stand. We stand. Oh my god, you're doing great, sweetie. Ajian. 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 Aya. When I'm asked about my identity, my favorite response is always whatever you want me to be. Oh my god, do you think I'm cute? Not in a flirty way, in a fucking with people way, interesting. Yes. I don't think they are too political, but they tend to be on the right side. I took things literally again. Oh my god, it's okay, Haley. I'm also omnigender, but that's real queer around here. Liberals are a turnoff, yeah. Who did you vote for? Oh my god, literally, why do you care? Also, even if I, like, at least here in Peru, if I tell you who did I vote for, you literally won't understand because there are literally 20 parties and you probably know just one. Hookup isn't dating and get the fuck out of here with that ableist shit. Literally. Like, oh my god, every time I see, oh, if you don't work, don't talk to me, like, disgusting? Disgusting. It's more my style, so I can't do chill. I never got involved in politics to relax. I did it because it enrages me that fashion were still in control. Yes. Because I want their sex with a side of feeling superior. Literally! Oh my god! Like, every time I go into a dating app, I'm like, all of these men, daddy issues, toxic masculinity, insecure as fuck, like... Also, just because you have a good body doesn't mean that you get to be an asshole, you know? Like... Fucking... Why I say right side men of history, not of the eye? I like labels for everything growing up, so I'm obsessed with them now that I can use them and use them positively. Yes, I like labels because, you know, hot take, labels help communication. Oh my god, cancel me. Labels help communication. Standard sexual, true though. I don't know, all this sounds very Western postmodern. Do you think so? Like, I don't know. Like, I get the I get the postmodern, but I don't get the Western, for example. Like, bisexuality also exists in the East. I don't know. They just probably use other languages. Seps can pronounce someone's sexuality or yeah. If we want to talk to them, it's convenient that the red flags put themselves. Thanks for the warning. Somebody to snuggle, spend time with me. You literally, I don't care how they identify get romantic, just love snuggles and cuddles. The best group. Generally, conductor Richard Aoki. Now, yes. Where is that called that in the East? Okay, let's go to Richard. Yes, don't worry, Dorian. I just wanted to catch up to chat. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about Richard. So, yesterday, Richard, Tiniest Boop posted a link of this article. Sorry. And a couple of FBI files. Well, and another article in an FBI file. And I want to go over this to end the saga of Richard Aoki. FBI informant, truthful Black Panther, who knows? Today we'll figure it out. Okay. Article has a map to find Chris Grave and oh my god. They go their background, but yeah, let's please get to Aoki. Yeah. When a celebrated activist turns out to be an FBI informant. It's time for the FBI to come clean about 60s era manipulation of social movements. Richard Aoki was a well-known activist in the San Francisco Bay Area, celebrated for his role as one of the only handful of Asian American members of the Black Panther Party, a leader in UC Berkeley's Third World Liberation Front in the late 60s and early 70s, and a mentor to a generation of left-leaning activists. Okay, we're going to... whatever. Oh. So when the journalist Seth Rosenfeld alleged in August 2012 that Aoki was an informant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Rosenfeld shocked Aoki's family, friends, and allies. Okay, so this is the documentary we watched a couple of days ago. You can also watch it on YouTube. He also sought to shake up how we tell Black freedom movement history by playing up the fact that Aoki provided the founders of the Black Panther Party with their first guns. In the process, Rosenfeld raised important questions about what it is that informants do and what it means when an ally struggles against government racism and police repression turns out to be an informant for the government. Rosenfeld's allegations were surprising in part because they followed on the heels of the creation of two recent celebratory histories of Richard Aoki's life. Aoki died in March 2009. In November of that year, activist filmmakers released the history of his work with the documentary Aoki. I assume this is the documentary. In April 2012, University of Minnesota Press published a scholarly 496-page biography of Aoki titled Samurai Among Panthers, Richard Aoki on Race, Resistance, and the Paradoxical Life. Only 4 months after the publication of Samurai Among Panthers, Rosenfeld alleged in an August 20 news article that the man who armed the Black Panthers was an FBI informant, records show. Welcome back, Haley. Article has Roosevelt tread gently on the revered figure's memory. having chosen not to share his research with activists or historians beforehand. He announced that unbeknownst to his fellow activists, Aoki had served as an FBI intelligence informant, covertly filling reports on a wide range of Bay Area political groups. Paradoxical life is an understatement, literally. Rosenfeld described as asking Aoki directly during an oral history interview whether he had been an informant. Aoki denied it. And Rosenfeld twice mentioned in his story that Aoki committed suicide in 2009. Could Aoki have committed suicide out of fear that Rosenfeld would expose him? Rosenfeld didn't speculate overtly about Aoki's decision, but he seemed to raise the issue by paying significant attention to the way that Aoki died, something few others have dwelled upon. I mean, I think, like, as I mentioned in the other stream, suicide is such a common thing that the FBI does. Do you know what I mean? Like, did the FBI kill him? Did he kill himself because he felt guilty? We don't know. And we will probably never know. Twice in the back of the head, nothing to see here. Oh my god. Rosenfeld's history was provocative and arguably sensationalistic. Rosenfeld's highlighting of Aoki's connection to the BPP piqued international interest. He played up the interest when he wrote that after Aoki provided guns to the Black Panthers, although carrying weapons was legal at the time, there is little doubt their presence contributed to fatal confrontations between the Panthers and the police. Like, whatever. Like, of course, but like, that is not Aoki's fault. And like, the police would have been harassing them regardless. So like, the surveillance and arrest though, he gave serial numbers. It wasn't Aoki's idea for the BPP to arm themselves. So yeah, so this line of speculation is silly. Yeah, that is what I'm saying. It's like, what? Like, he was like still in Newton, wanted arms. What? It was an exaggeration that played to headlines. Rosenfeld seemed to be suggesting, without explicitly saying or proving, that Aoki acted on behalf of the FBI and therefore the FBI set the Black Panthers up. The BPP might not have armed themselves had it not been for Aoki or the FBI, and that carrying guns was a major cause for the Panthers' later fatal confrontations with police. That is so weird, like... that part doesn't matter. I'm so, like... The Black Panther Party knew that they had to arm themselves. Like, Aoki gave them the arms, but like, they wouldn't gotten, like, I can only imagine if it was, like, if Aoki didn't give them the weapons, they would have gotten them through other means? Yeah. Yeah, it's information that matters. Oh my god, Sincho. Nothing matters. Rosenfeld published his story on Aoki just one day before the formal release of his book, Subversive, the FBI's subversive. Shout out Subversive History. The FBI's war on student radicals and Reagan's rise to power. As his allegations raced around the globe, the exposure of Aoki as an informant not coincidentally also delivered extraordinary free publicity for Rosenfeld's new book. The methods that Rosenfeld first used to out Aoki as an informant put Aoki's allies, friends, and historians on the defensive. For weeks afterwards, a number of people sympathetic with Aoki and or the Black Panther Party, including Aoki's biographer Dine C. Fujino, Asian American Studies professor Scott Kurashige, and Black Panther historian Donna Murch, criticized Rosenfeld for his use of evidence while also suggesting that his liberal politics distorted his ability to portray Aoki and the Black Panther Party a sympathetic or even historically responsible way. Okay, so at least we understand now that the white guy that was like presenting all of this was a liberal. Does that disprove the fact that Aoki was probably an FBI informant? No, but we'll see the context. The San Francisco Bay View also published a number of defense of Aoki by former Panthers and their allies. Then, according to Rosenfeld, the FBI released new records on Aoki as a result of a lawsuit by Rosenfeld under the Freedom of Information Act after the initial story and video were completed. These weren't just any records. In a remarkable turn of events, Rosenfeld was able to use the courts to compel the FBI to do something that it almost never does: release its files on an informant. When Rosenfeld published this file, FBI headquarters file, which I think it's this one, but yeah, whatever. Well, not whatever, but in response to his critics on September 7, with the story FBI files reveal new details about informants who armed Black Panthers, he conclusively proved, in my opinion, that Aoki was an informant of the FBI. The only question that remains is what kind of informant Aoki was. Let's fucking go! I'm taking issue with how this article is written, not the bigger role Aoki may or may have not played. However, did Aoki indicate he couldn't be trusted and they should use gun show loophole, etc.? What do you mean? Huey was literally a law student. The Black Panthers knew that they could use, they could defend themselves under the law. Huey P. Newton and Bobby still weren't ignorant black people who didn't know what they were doing. Just saying. The owner of City Lights Bookstore was an informant too. They have infiltrators everywhere, of course. In what follows, I offer a close reading of the FBI. So it was the deceived's fault? It's no one's fault. What? What do you mean? They knew they had to get weapons. If they didn't get weapons, then they would have gotten killed. They weren't targeted because they were carrying weapons. They were being targeted because they were feeding children. Yeah, if you get caught up by the FBI, you can just tell your friends. Is informal fault? No, that's wild. Okay then. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Okay. Okay. On what Sinchal is saying, I do agree. Aoki should have just said it, and it's shitty that he ultimately worked with the FBI. Yes. Apart from that, like, the Black Panther Party was going to use weapons regardless. Huey P. Newton knew the law. Like, I'm so confused. In what follows, I offer a close reading of FBI documents to explain how and why they prove that Aoki was an informant. I also use the documents to draw attention to potential ambiguities in the relationship between Aoki and the FBI, to raise questions that can only be answered with further research, and to identify documents whose declassification might help us better understand Aoki's dual role as an informant and activist. I thought it was a criticism of the article. No, I'm reading the article to... I'm just reading the article. Never would have revolted if someone didn't tell them that they were slaves. They're just not that bright. Yep, that's what it was. Someone told them. Like, I'm like having a... I'm like... Okay. I'm just not going to look at chat for a second until I finish this part of the article. When Seth Rosenfeld first alleged that Aoki was an FBI informant, Rosenfeld had two compelling pieces of evidence. His biggest scoop was that the former FBI agent Bernie Threadgill Jr. reportedly told him that Threadgill developed Aoki as an informant in the early 1960s, and that he was one of the best sources we had. FBI agents rarely, if ever, disclose the identities of their informants, so the fact that Rosenfeld got Threadgill to go on the record with such information before Threadgill passed away in 2005 is remarkable. So it is interesting, to say the least, that the FBI agent openly named the informant. This is not saying that Aoki wasn't an informant, but it is just remarkable that he mentioned his name. But Rosenfeld still needed corroboration of Threadgill's claim, and he seemed to find that in the single page of a single FBI document on the Black Panther Party. According to Rosenfeld's article, a November 16, 1967 intelligence report on the Black Panthers lists Aoki as an informant with the code number T2. Calling Aoki informant T2 was misleading. FBI reports regularly used T symbols to identify a source throughout a single report. FBI agents, instead of naming a source multiple times in their lengthy memoranda to FBI headquarters, would instead cite T1, T2, or T3 as shorthand. Each T number would then be listed at the end of a report, identifying the corresponding source. A T symbol in the FBI report is an endnote, not a symbol reserved exclusively for informants. It could present an informant in a particular report, but it could also represent a person that an FBI agent spoke with, even under a false pretext, a newspaper article, the transcript of a conversation captured by an illegal wiretap, or any other public or private source of information. In addition, the use of one T symbol in one report did not oblige the FBI to use the same T symbol for the same source in other reports. Okay, like, beyond Aoki's discourse, we're learning to understand how FBI documentation works. I can only hope that we can agree on that. So contrary to Rosenfeld's initial claim, the description of Aoki as T2 offers no proof that he was an informant. This is perhaps why the FBI did not fully redact the page that disclosed this information. That Aoki was listed as a source for an FBI report does not prove that he had any formal relationship with the FBI. This is isolated, we're talking about right now just the first proof that Rosenfeld presented as Aoki being an FBI agent. That doesn't mean that Aoki wasn't an FBI agent. This proves the first evidence that Rosenfeld presented. That's it. I am trying to be the most clear. I'm still not seeing chat, but if you cannot agree with the factual statements that I'm making, there is no help for you. So contrary to Rosenfeld's initial description of Aoki T12 offers no proof. The Aoki listed as source of FBI. Okay. What does indicate that Aoki was an informant is that on the same page from the November 16th, 1967 document, FBI document 105 HQ serial number 22, that identified Aoki as source T2, the type of sources listed with T symbols in that specific report are described as informants, underlined in original, used by the FBI as part of its investigation of the Black Panther Party. By not redacting the word informant and by clearly identifying T2 in that particular report with Aoki, the FBI inadvertently provided a crucial piece of evidence that Aoki was an informant for the FBI who reported on the Black Panthers. A number of Rosenfeld's critics treated this evidence as flimsy, but I think it's pretty damning, even if it doesn't provide any details about Aoki's specific work as an informant. So he was an informant. We already knew this, but I'm just reiterating, we know he was an informant, and there is so far indisputable proof for that. Rosenfeld also cited his interview with former FBI agent M. Wesley Swearingen and his interview with Aoki as further evidence that Aoki was an FBI informant. These were important people to interview. Swearingen served as lead analyst of FBI intelligence on the Panthers for the San Francisco field office. See his interview. But neither the interview with Swearingen or Aoki provided solid evidence to prove or disprove Rosenfeld's allegation. So, if you haven't already caught up to what this article is trying to basically critique every point that has been made about Aoki's FBI informant status. So, have we proved that he was an informant? Yes. However, there are ways that people have tried to state that he was an informant that are ultimately illegitimate. That doesn't mean that he wasn't an informant, but we do have to be critical and read twice to understand why he was an informant when we're reading FBI files. Also, before someone is like, oh, why do we need to understand FBI files? Because sadly, those FBI files are provide great information about the greater context of what was happening during the 60s era, during any other type of actions that the FBI have historically taken to destroy any leftist movements, etc., etc., and therefore it is important for us to understand the language that the FBI speaks. You know, like. I don't get what's so hard to believe about COINTELPRO's pervasive infiltration, especially when it comes to the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense was getting firearms from. Yeah. FBI and CIA documents are useful as fuck. Yeah. Like I am so confused. Like, why would anyone be against like learning how to discern the information from them? You know. Precedent setting release of informant file. It is very rare for the FBI to ever release one of its informant files. Files with 134 prefix contain the FBI's paperwork about its cultivation, use, and discontinuance of informants. Though prohibited by a consent decree with the National Archives from destroying its informant files, the FBI also has wide latitude under the Freedom of Information Act to forever refuse to release files to the public. Long after an informant has ceased to work for the Bureau, long after the subject of investigation has lost any significance, if it ever had any, pertaining to law enforcement or national security, even long after an informant's death, the FBI will still refuse as a matter of policy to disclose the name of any past informants. Indeed, FOIA law allows the FBI to refuse to even acknowledge the existence of informant files, even when requested by name. FOIA is Freedom of Information Act, just so we can all keep up. Why is the FBI so protective of informants' identities? Because the FBI argues to reveal a past informant's identity undermines the FBI's ability to recruit and maintain its informants today. Well, maybe you shouldn't have informants because abolish the FBI? I don't know. The possibility of future exposure could discourage potential informants from enlisting in the US government's current domestic intelligence programs. Maybe no one should be enlisting themselves into those programs in the first place. In this way, the FBI seeks to use its control of the past to continue exert control over the present and the future. People protective of Aoki's legacy have questioned why the FBI would release Aoki's informant file to Seth Rosenfeld, given its long-standing protection of informant identities. And I think this is a fair and valid question to raise. They have speculated that perhaps the FBI did so maliciously to slander a revered activist, not to engage in an honest historical reckoning. Why are they only now coming to the public light? Asked longtime Asian American activist and scholar Fred Ho when Rosenfeld released Aoki's SV file to the public. If one wants to entertain motives, were these documents fed to Rosenfeld only recently with the blowback he's faced? Ho's speculation is understandable, but in my opinion, unfounded. First, there is an issue of timing. According to markings on the FBI file released to Aoki, the material in the file was declassified on July 18 and July 19, 2012, 1 month before Rosenfeld publicly accused Aoki of being an informant and therefore before he received any blowback. True. Second, there is an issue of the method that Rosenfeld received Aoki's file. He acquired it through litigation, not through FOIA. In other words, Rosenfeld had to use the federal courts to compel the FBI to release a file it had already chosen not to release to him in response to his FOIA request in 2009. The date of the search slips provided to Rosenfeld by the FBI. Of the search slips provided to the... Okay. Rosenfeld filed suit against the FBI for Aoki's file on April 29, 2011. It took over a year for the FBI to even begin to declassify the file, which hardly suggests that the FBI just willfully handed the information over. Still, some continue to suggest that the FBI is jacketing Aoki, i.e., that the FBI is releasing fake documents purporting to indicate that Aoki was an informant to attach the label or jacket of snitch on him and discredit him. Aoki biographer Diane Fujino first hinted at this possibility in a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle after Rosenfeld published his first story. Even after the release of Aoki's informant file, John Stutter wrote for the militant that Rosenfeld's allegations were nothing more than FBI snitch jacket allegations against a deceased activist. But the knowledge that the FBI even engaged in snitch jacketing comes from the release of FBI files about its counterintelligence program. But knowledge of the FBI even comes from the release of files about its counterintelligence programs. To use those FBI documents to then discredit another set of FBI files without additional information seems to indicate a selective use of evidence. It also ignores another possible explanation for why the FBI may have released Aoki's informant files. The FBI didn't value his service enough or didn't see sufficient threat to contemporary national security to disobey a court order to release the file. I have not seen the court's judgment in the litigation that Rosenfeld used to compel the FBI to release Aoki's file to him. But Rosenfeld's decade-long lawsuit over FBI files related to Ronald Reagan and UC Berkeley may have undermined the FBI's credibility with the court. More importantly, once the government has officially confirmed someone's status as an informant, that person's informant file may no longer be withheld from FOIA requests. One could argue that the FBI's accidental release of information about Aoki's informant status legally required it to release far more than it wanted to about Aoki. Whether Rosenfeld used the courts to make this case isn't clear, but the latest release of documents to Rosenfeld certainly seems to constitute official confirmation, and therefore opens the door to a full accounting over Aoki's relationship with the FBI sometime in the future. So far, again, we have established that he was an FBI agent. That's confirmed 100%. We still don't know what was the exact relationship like with the FBI. That doesn't mean that he still was a piece of shit for being in the FBI. Regardless, we're learning how all of this legal process for releasing FBI files work. We are understanding how deep the FBI is willing to go to don't release information, why they release information sometimes, how they don't care sometimes about people being informed, how regardless of that they see the information about their informants as highly valuable because releasing them continuously would discourage people from working with the FBI, etc., etc. So, again, I'm not seeing chat, but regardless of how you feel about Richard Aoki, this article is good information. So, yeah, don't like kill me for daring to read this article and thinking that this article is has good information and analysis. I don't know. Have a good stream. Thank you for coming, Kay. I mean, you're probably over. You're probably already gone, but yeah. There's plenty of people that were being used by the NED and various CIA fronts that weren't aware, like James Baldwin. Yeah. Are all informants knowingly, willingly working with the FBI or possibly unknowingly? I think there is, like, yeah, as Johnny just said, some didn't know. Or did they use a different label for those sources? So far, that is unknown. Um, because apparently, oh, but it's a informant. But I don't know if what that means either, you know? FOIA is commonly known. Oh my god, I'm so confused about red. Red what terrorist. But yeah, they're saying informant, which is a bit more specific than source. But yeah, the way you read chat backwards, I know. Seth Rosenfeld's acquisition of Richard Aoki's informant file is therefore no small accomplishment and one that the FBI is probably still smarting over. It's unclear whether the file's release could serve as a legal precedent for future disclosures of informant identities. But the recent outing of Richard Aoki's and Western Withers as informants have certainly increased public awareness of FBI domestic intelligence practices. Wait, does the FBI work internationally? Isn't that like literally the CIA's job? Or like why would the writer want to say domestic intelligence practices rather than just FBI intelligence practices? This is just a side like query I have. It does collaborations with law enforcement in other countries. Interesting. All the time. Oh, interesting. Got it. I didn't know that. I just assumed that the CIA does all the international stuff, but got it. It would not be surprising, based on these precedents, if we were to see more popular demands that the FBI open up its informant files well beyond the documents that it has on these two individuals. The format of FBI file 134 HQ 110 or 10,010. To understand the informant file released to Rosenfeld. Hi Boop, welcome. We're reading the article. Some people were like mad about it. I don't understand, but I'm fine now. We first have to make sense of its format. FBI file 100 the FBI file consists entirely to correspondence between the San Francisco field office and FBI headquarters. It is the record of field office requests to use Aoki as a certain kind of informant. Updates on his informant status and requests for reimbursement of certain kinds to expense Aoki claims to have incurred. Wait, what? It is the record of field office. It is the record of field office. What? Long sentence is long. Yeah. Also, I don't. He was a like that's the thing. Like, I don't think this sentence is talking about Aoki being reimbursed. Also, welcome, Break Rift. I think they're talking about the reimbursement of Aoki's claims, and therefore I assume they're talking about paying like the FBI agent about the information that allegedly he got through Aoki. Because like I don't understand this sentence. It is the record of field office requests to use Aoki. It is a record field office request to use Aoki as a certain kind of informant. Updates on his informant status and request for reimbursement of certain kinds of expenses Aoki claims to have incurred. Okay, so I can understand things he's buying like guns. I think so. But I mean, I don't think that is what this sentence is saying. I think this sentence is saying that the records of field office requested the FBI, in parentheses, to use Aoki as an informant, requested updates on his informant status, and that's where I'm like lost. And then the record of field office requested reimbursement. They requested the money for what allegedly, because they say Aoki claims to have incurred. So all of this is happening through the record of field office. Unless I am just like, I just don't know English, because I don't know what record of field office is. Aoki claims he incurred certain expenses. He then requested reimbursement for those expenses. The file contains a record of those requests. Like, that's the thing. I would read it like that if it was like, what is record of field office? The office where they hold records on the FBI agents are spending money on. Got it. So they requested Aoki because that's another thing, right? Like, they requested Aoki, they request for reimbursement. Like, they requested reimbursement for the expenses Aoki claims to have incurred. Okay, so this present simple is fucking with me. Because it's like, shouldn't this be claimed? Fields means on the type stuff. Got it.
Put the money in the bag and I sold the keys. That was the last time you ever saw me.
Yeah, that's actually super confusing. Like, who is like? These are professional journalists and they don't know how to write. Why do I write better than this motherfucker? Okay, so we can conclude that Aoki made made claims for money to the field office request. So this is basically confirming that Aoki was directly working with the FBI, and it's not like, oh, they were just using him. Record of field office. And all of this, I can only assume, appears in the FBI file. There may also be requests to use Aoki in particular ways, but if so, those requests are entirely redacted. Got it. Welcome, Honky Nut. Interesting name. How is Aoki claiming to incur expenses without a dialogue with the Fed? That's the thing. I'm like, is Aoki like directly going to the FBI to like put a form and like, I need money because I use this? Like, was he like overtly doing that? And no one noticed? Unless he's knowingly letting the Fed know that he's incurring expenses. That's another thing, like, was he just taking money from the FBI? Which base? You know? It is the record. It is the record of field office requests. Wouldn't you say it is in the record? Or whatever. It is the record of field office requests to use Aoki. The updates on this status and requests for reimbursement that Aoki claims to have incurred. I'm more confused. Okay, whatever. He said I had to file form. Oh, because he's an informant? No, but he said, but here it says that it is directly like. Oh, got it. Getting money for his collection was bragging. For his collection, he was bragging about guns. Not really, when you think about it. He wrote this shit. Who wrote this shit? I don't know. I'm confused. Okay, we're going to skip this paragraph. We understand that there is understanding from Aoki that he is working for the FBI. Did for them. Yeah, it has. We're getting to that stuff, you know. Again, we're in the Richard Aoki saga. This is drama. This is peak, like, Euphoria, The White Lotus who, The Last of Us who, Richard fucking Aoki drama. This is what the left should be talking about. This should be the discourse on Twitter. There may also be requests to use Aoki in particular ways where its other requests are entirely redacted. Aoki's FBI informant file seems to indicate that FBI field offices are required to periodically update the headquarters on their use of informants. In nearly every piece of correspondence, the field office rationalizes its use of Aoki as an informant and regularly emphasizes his mental stability, his dedication to the Bureau, and the value of the information that he provides. The repetition of these statements indicates that, rather than just being about Aoki, they were part of FBI protocol for assessing all of its informants. Yeah. More and more like a rat, yeah. Claims made in these reports may accurately reflect the viewpoint of FBI agents in the San Francisco field office about Aoki. But like most correspondents within any bureaucracy, FBI agents are also catering to the expectations of those higher up. In this case, the documents are telling J. Edgar Hoover and his lieutenants what they want to hear. That the FBI's use of resources to cultivate and maintain its informants are producing valuable information that could not be acquired in any other less risky, less expensive way. Aoki's own voice is nowhere in the file. His typewritten reports from the early 60s and FBI agent dictation of his telephone reports afterwards are contained elsewhere in FBI files and perhaps have yet to be released to the public. If Rosenfeld has these reports, including FD 302, he hasn't said so. What is FD 302? An FD 302 form is used by FBI agents to report or summarize the interviews that they conduct. This contains information for the notes taken during the interview by the non-primary agent. Interesting. Hi David, welcome. We'd pay them for info we aren't, but they can't know that. Yeah. As a masshole, it's damn near impossible to not make departed references with all of this rat talk. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I was like, why don't I hear the alert? And I just literally have my headset muted. Also, I don't know what you're saying, Johnny. What? Yes. Oh my god, so true, bestie. Hello? Okay, so they haven't released the interviews with Aoki, like between Aoki and Rosenfeld. Not Rosenfeld, and his FBI person. Departed. I'm sorry. I understood. Not a cop. Absent Aoki's first-person testimony, the FBI's informant file on him consists of a series of fragmentary bits of information. These fragments are difficult to decipher because the FBI has redacted the name of every organization that Aoki reported on and all descriptions of the specific information that he apparently provided to the FBI. Yeah, like I was earlier going through the file and it's like informant said blacked out about blacked out that they blacked out, and it's like we literally don't know what he was saying. Yeah. Apparently it's a huge PDF. Sounds like a blank check. Well, it literally is. And it's like at this point, it's not whether he was an informant or not. It's like, what did he say? You know, like that is what I'm invested now. The above captioned individual currently is being considered for development as a informant, like FBI informant, like the name of the person. Aoki was contacted and expressed a willingness to cooperate with the Bureau in any way possible, but stated that he has no contact with the Black Panther Party, I can only guess, or International Resistance Movement, or I don't know, since leaving Berkeley High, or a specific person. And then Aoki has been designated PST and the of Richard Ford. And it's like, what do you mean? But yeah. No matter what he's saying, it sounds like a lot of Panthers spent time in prison because of this dude's cooperation. So, but was it? I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Like, it was, but like to what degree? You know, like Also, he wasn't the only informant. Not to like take blame away from him, right? But like let's also put it into perspective. Like he wasn't the only informant allegedly. Maybe he was, and he's all to blame. But yeah, you know, if he wasn't the only informant, we're talking about him. That is fair. Look, I just have a soft card. Okay. So try not to accept the FBI narrative so directly. I don't know. Let me be soft. Fucking rat. End of story. I know. I know. Absent Aoki's first-person testimony, the FBI informant file on him consists of a series of fragments piece of information. These fragments are difficult to decipher because the FBI has redacted the name of every organization that Aoki reported on and all descriptions of the specific information that he apparently provided to the FBI. The FBI also redacted the San Francisco field office file number for Aoki's informant file, making it much more difficult to use previously released FBI documents to identify what kind of intelligence Aoki provided to the FBI and how it was used. But even with these limitations, the FBI file on Aoki is still valuable. The FBI has the ability to withhold documents without a trace, even when those documents are requested through FOIA. The first page of Aoki's informant file has the code name Richard Ford, Richard Wolf, on it to prevent association on the cover sheet with Richard Aoki's name. Through FBI files, though FBI files are supposed to list each document in the file as a separately numbered serial in chronological order, the FBI, as a matter of policy, would not attach a serial number to certain kinds of sensitive documents so that they could be removed from a file without a trace. Motherfucker. So that they could be removed from a file trace. The documents released to Seth Rosenfeld from Aoki's informant file contain a number of documents without serial numbers that could have been easily withheld if the FBI had not been compelled by court order to release them. That we have these documents at all, even as redacted copies, should not be taken for granted. Okay. What's so hard about this? Like, everybody on the hard left, or whatever you want to fucking call it, has no problem calling out Chomsky for his work being used by the State Department, but we need to hear out this alternative perspective that Aoki needs to have this side story heard. This is not like his side of the story, by the way. Like this article is not like in defense of Aoki. Like this article is just like going through all the process of how we found out that he was an informant, like all the legalities and you know how FBI documentation works. Like that's why I'm reading this. Like this isn't what I thought I saw in the file. I thought Aoki and Ford were referred to as separate people in the same sentence. Can you show the file again? Oh, here. Aoki has been designated PSI and the of Richard Ford. I guess this is like the pseudonym of Richard Ford, which he will use in signing reports. That is what it says. And any amount of speculation in either direction really doesn't improve or eliminate anything new people are organizing today. Fair. Fair, you know, I'm just covering this because I find it interesting information, you know, like okay. Aoki as informant. On first glance, Richard Aoki's informant file appears to provide a straightforward reporting of facts. Though he was listed by the FBI as an informant from 1961 to 77, Aoki's activity as an informant waxed and waned. He seems to have been most active as an informant from 61 to 64, when he reported on socialist groups according to Agent Threadhill, and 66 to 70, when he reported on the Black Panther Party and possibly the Third World Liberation Front. Damn. A closer reading of the file provides a few instances of Aoki seeking support from the FBI when struggling to pay for school, then pulling back from the FBI when busy with work or school obligations. This pattern raises questions about why Aoki became an informant and whether he developed second thoughts. According to the first serial in the 134 HQ, Richard Aoki submitted his first report as an informant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in February 1961. The San Francisco Field Office assigned him to the codename Richard Wolf for his report and soon requested from FBI headquarters that he be made a PSI or potential security informant. But the idea that there isn't enough evidence that he's alright is laughable. Fair. The reductions doesn't help. Before now, that's super cool for you. Someone was hearing and are trying to understand it. Yeah. But also to be fair, Johnny literally didn't know who Richard Aoki was, and he just came in with the understanding, oh, he's an FBI, fuck him, we yesterday watched an entire. We literally watched we watched a video about all his work and then an hour and a half interview of everything he did, and with sprinkle of but was he an FBI though? So we have a little more of attachment to him to be oh no, he's not an FBI, but we know he's an FBI, just saying, we just are more interested in the nuances and psyche of why he became an FBI and all of that, yeah, so again, material conditions, context, broader reality. Oh yeah, according to the first serial, Aoki submitted his first report as an informant to the Federal Bureau in 61. Carlos the Jackal. No, but we're not getting into another informant right now. I have enough with Aoki this month. Next month we can cover Carlos. Even though, also, whatever. The San Francisco field office assigned him to the codename Richard Ford for this report as soon as he requested the FBI PSI potential information. By November of 1961, Serial 6 shows San Francisco agents praising Aoki to their superiors for providing them with voluminous information as well as important data, delivered in current, concise, and complete reports, usually typewritten by him. Damn! He was a little too dedicated. He's the opposite of an informant, but yeah, you should cover that dude. Okay, fine. Fine. What do you mean the opposite of an informant? Was he a double agent that lied to the CIA? By him at a time when many men and few informants knew how to type. Interesting. Whatever position Aoki held in activist groups he reported on inspired the FBI to also claim Aoki's report were of unusual value. Interesting. In June of 1962, the FBI reported that Aoki furnished names of people in left-wing organizations as well as those who attended meetings sponsored by those organizations, that he continues to be a close personal friend of someone that the FBI presumably considered fairly important, and that the FBI held Aoki to be of significant value because he was the only source they had that was currently active in a particular organization that he was spying on. Damn. Richard Aoki's informant status apparently changed when he enrolled in college. FBI files begin to refer to Aoki saying that he must work out financial arrangements before he can do unspecified tasks for them, and that his unemployment during August 1963 may be having an impact on his work as an informant. Okay. How was he not like getting hard money by doing this work? Why was he having like financial difficulties by being an FBI informant? Was he like willingly working with the FBI? Is he like worse than just a regular rat? But like just a shitty person? It's like people, rat, shitty person. How an impact of his work. And though he resumed his duties as an informant in the fall of 1963, he appears to have worked part-time or been fully focused on his college studies during 63 and 64 school year. Portrays Aoki as loyal to himself and a opportunist snake. Yes. Also, hi BBDH, welcome. During the 64-65 school year, Aoki's work for the FBI appears to have dropped off some more. Working full-time while attending school full-time, Aoki told the FBI that his current employment situation precludes his ability to serve as a regular informant. In January, the FBI reported that Aoki was not engaged in his full activities as an informant because he is working nights and attending school during the day. It went on to elaborate that Aoki feels that it will be necessary for him to continue his employment for another 6 months. Informant has had to support himself for a number of years and has had no family to turn to for any financial aid. He feels that his schooling should come first, but before it is necessary for him to obtain a degree in order that he might look forward to elevating himself in the community. Damn, it's like so much like social indoctrination. Informant is eager to maintain his relationship with the Bureau and to be of any service possible. Informant feels that once he is enrolled at the UC, he will be in a good position to assist Bureau in its investigation. FBI gave drug jobs vehicles, pay for patrol food, not limited to putting money in bank account. Carlos Decal took his name from Carlos Marighella. If you haven't heard of Marighella, I'm sure you have. There would be much for you to learn yet. Okay. Former Bureau. Feels the one he's enrolled to the UC. Okay. This long passage testifies to the way that Aoki invoked the need for school and for steady income to keep at bay some of the FBI's more aggressive demands that he continued to work as an informant. At the same time, this strategy for keeping the FBI at bay also maintained Aoki's ongoing relationship with the FBI rather than severing it completely. It may suggest that Aoki partly wanted to serve as an informant for the financial benefits, which could also bankroll his education, but also threatened to distract him from it. It would not be unreasonable to ask whether Aoki was reconsidering his role as an informant from 63 to 65. Perhaps he was merely using financial hardship as an excuse to step back from spying on left-wing groups. Or, the other hand, the fact that the FBI claimed that he was resumed full activities as an informant by the summer of 65 seems to suggest if Aoki had a change of heart, he certainly didn't take decisive action to serve his ties sever his ties with the FBI. I hate him now. Richard Aoki is that fuckboy. If you know, you know. Aoki then appears to have been an active informant through the rest of the late 60s, during which time he was close to the Black Panther Party and was the leader in the Third World Liberation Front at UC Berkeley. He withdrew somewhat in the 70s, in 1970 due to prison employment as a member of faculties, but continued on as an informant in a likely more limited form from 1970 to 1977, even while serving as a college professor. Damn. South America, that's surprising he's never mentioned or told people in the West. Not least because he inspired. Oh yeah. Worth noting that the BPP formed in '66. Who was he informing on before? It would be. Oh, he was informing about the Third World Liberation Front. That's what. I think that is what he was talking about. He was informing about during 63 to 65, or rather 61 to 63, if I'm not mistaken, or 64, but yeah. Okay. Though nearly every bit of information provided in the FBI by Aoki is redacted, there is fragmentary evidence that suggests that the FBI wanted Aoki to provide information on the group One I War Quen. Serial 59 of Aoki's informant file mentions a letter regarding the investigation of a topic related to ISIWK, whose office of origin is in the San Francisco field office. IS generally stands for internal security, with the kind of IS investigation explained by the following acronym. In this case, IWK. IWK could stand for I Work Quen, a New York-based organization that, when it merged with the Bay Area-based Red Guard Party in '71, formed what Diane Fujino called in her biography of Aoki the first National Revolutionary Asian American organization. It would make sense for the FBI to solicit information on IWK from Aoki. Whether Aoki was actually provided such information requires more research to determine. Likely in the San Francisco FBI field office files on IWK. The final document in the FBI's informant file on Aoki revealed that Aoki told FBI agents that he feared ever publicly revealing his identity as an informant. Sources advised that he is not willing to testify in open court or before administrative hearing boards if such testimony would reveal his past connection with the FBI. Interesting. That is why he would just continue denying everything. The field office report noted the FBI agent in San Francisco reported. The FBI agent in San Francisco cited this information in part to demonstrate to FBI headquarters that Aoki would not be liable to expose the FBI's illegal domestic intelligence programs, and also that it could not use his testimony for government hearings or litigation. But it also inadvertently may have registered Aoki's own sense of guilt about his work as an informant. Exposure of his role, he reportedly told the FBI, would alienate him from associates, friends, and would cause him great trouble in his relationship with students as a student counselor. Oh, you think? You think being an FBI agent would have alienate you? Wonder why. The counterintelligence question. The exposure of Richard Aoki as a longtime informant for the FBI inevitably raises questions about what kind of informant he was. The FBI waged extensive counterintelligence programs against two of the organizations that Aoki reportedly spied on, the Socialist Workers' Party and the Black Panther Party. Was Aoki consciously part of the disruption of these two groups? Was he an unknowing accomplice in destroying the groups he reported on? There is not a shred of evidence released so far that indicates that Richard Aoki consciously engaged in counterintelligence activities against his comrades. But that hasn't stopped people from speculating. On the one hand, Rosenfeld's writing in Subversives connects Aoki's activism to what Rosenfeld described as violent turning the left in the late 60s in the Bay Area, implicitly raising the question about whether and to what degree government agencies are responsible for the actions of their informants. On the other hand, where Churchill and others have speculated that the exposure of Aoki is itself a form of government counterintelligence to distort the legacy of Richard Aoki. It is interesting because I would include like him informing him working with the FBI alone as part of counterintelligence activities. But I don't know what they are defining as counterintelligence and why would they not necessarily include him being an FBI informant as such. So I don't know how to engage with this paragraph specifically. Though I will say that, like, it's like weird because are we truly? I think it's all the things. Yeah. Like, but another thing is like, what are we losing? True, like in the grand scheme of things, what is the left losing by the distortion of the legacy of Aoki? Do you know what I mean? Like, we could still acknowledge that he did the work that he did, but at the same time acknowledge that he was a piece of shit FBI informant. But we can also just trace all of that back to capitalism bad because he needed money and that's why he worked for the FBI. You know? But yeah. I don't know. Worth noting the BPP informant things. I think they mean getting the informant infiltrator to behave in certain ways while doing activism in order to fuck their activism. Yeah. Oh, okay, got it. So yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, I guess you could just not count him as part of the counterintelligence, but you know, I could see how people would still want to label him as such by just the mere fact of working with the FBI. I think they're saying that the timing of the release of it. I think they are saying that the timing of the release is the counterintelligence. No, yeah, they are saying that the counterintelligence is like the distortion of the legacy of Richard Aoki, but I am asking like back to that, like, should, like, regardless of the distortion of Aoki's legacy, shouldn't we still be aware of these things happening, of informants existing and all of that? Like, and not to even that, and apart from that, like, can we, is the fact that he was an FBI informant so jarring, so horrific, that we will therefore need to just disregard everything that he did for the movement at the time and his position and place in the movement? Do you know what I mean? Like, like, Joel in chat mentioned a couple of days ago how Bobby Seale turned out to be not the best person ever. And like, does that fact, should that fact, like, make us dismiss the fact that he ultimately still was a founder of the Black Panther Party? You know what I mean? Like, is it that difficult for us to come to terms with the fact that important people in the movement ultimately also made ultimately also did things that worked against it? Like, it is like, I understand that it is a complex contradiction to grapple with, but at the end of the day, that's just the reality and that's history, and we should just learn from it, like, be able to take all the good that Aoki did and learn from that, but also be cognizant of the fact that anyone can be working for the FBI. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, nuance. I found interesting is that he was first contacted while serving in the reserves. It's between the first notes of the PDF. Interesting. We learned that infiltrators exist and be careful, and the BPP is as inspiring as ever. It's a lesson not to be snitch. Yeah, a lot of people compartmentalize their life. Doesn't make my think any less of the BPP in this moment. I wonder why it wasn't when he was in the gangs in high school. He really glossed over that part in his life in his interview. Really? I was like, yeah, I was part of the gangs, but I was a valedictorian, and I'm like, okay. Okay, go off. Okay, but in both cases, the debate over whether Aoki was an informant prevents a more nuanced approach to exploring the historical significance of his relationship with the FBI. In theory, intelligence and counterintelligence are different and separate activities. Intelligence... Oh, interesting. Intelligence involves the gathering of information about people's lives. Counterintelligence involves the spreading of information, sometimes false, sometimes true, but sensitive or private, for the purpose of disrupting others' lives. Intelligence may sometimes be considered a legitimate part of law enforcement investigations into criminal activities. Counterintelligence, because it replaces law enforcement with subterfuge,
Subterfuge. Subterfuge.
Subterfuge is an is anathema to democracies. Okay, too many like subterfuge, deceit, used in order to achieve one's goal. Anathema, a rock band, something or someone that is vehemently disliked. Got it. It's like getting caught up in the law and being informed before you ever encounter leftist groups that they want to spy on. Yeah. Law informants with is. Oh, got it. So like counterintelligence isn't liked by democracies. In practice, however, the distinction between intelligence and counterintelligence can blur, most often through the figure of the informant. The psyche of the informant is often rife with complexities and contradictions associated with having to perform very different roles. Informants indeed cannot just passively report on the activities they observe. Through their participation in organizations and their personal relationships with those they report on, informants inevitably influence what they describe and to some degree are also autoethnographers. Informants not only document radicalism, they participate in it. In so doing, they may even encourage its development. Whether informants become organizers out of affinity with radicals or as a form of entrapment, or both, varies widely and is always difficult to discern. But it is important to note that sometimes informants do not just follow, they lead, and not always at the direction of those to whom they report. This, I think, is part of what Tony Platt meant when he recently wrote that we need to consider the possibility that Aoki was both an informant and a leftist, and that he both reported to and fought against the FBI. Yeah. Again, nuance, complexity. It's like me. I'm a Swiftie and a communist. I'm not sure. It might have been a sort of captive audience situation where he wasn't even fully aware of what he was talking about, just that his commanders had an assignment for him, but I don't know. I'm really fuzzy on this info. Interesting. Thank you, Sam. It is not unreasonable to expect that most FBI informants remain unaware of how the information they provided was used. The very existence of numerous FBI counterintelligence programs, COINTELPRO, against American citizens in the 50s and 60s was not made public until 1971. It's unlikely that the FBI briefed its informants, who after all were not FBI agents, on the FBI's illegal counterintelligence programs, even when informants might have been party to these programs in some form. Oh my god, do you all want to be a party? My new pronouns are rave and party. A dramatic example of how informants can be used for counterintelligence in ways that they are not aware of is the case of William O'Neill. Interesting example. The informant of the Chicago Black Panther Party who provided a floor plan to Fred Hampton's home to the FBI. Yeah, I'm not sure this is a good example. O'Neill was apparently shocked to witness the Chicago police use his floor plan to raid Hampton's home and assassinate Hampton while he was sleeping in bed. Girl, you literally drugged him though. What do you mean you're in shock? Oh, I just thought that the FBI wanted him to have a good night of sleep. 20 years later, O'Neill went out of his way to explain to an interviewer for Eyes on the Prize that despite this raid, he did not think of himself as having engaged in counterintelligence. You literally drugged him. You literally drugged Fred Hampton, and you're like, but I didn't do it though. I didn't kill him. And it's like, contrary to public belief, I haven't been instructed to commit crimes, or provoke crimes, or conduct burglaries, or inject drugs in people, or to commit murder. Yeah, you didn't inject drugs onto him. You just put the drugs in his drink. Or to commit murder. I haven't been. If anything, my association with the FBI made me a better person. Disgusting. Disgusting. Yet the question that informants have about how their work is used can be haunting. Not long after Eyes on the Prize episode about Hampton's murder aired on national TV, O'Neill committed suicide on Martin Luther King Day. Interesting. Whatever helps you sleep at night, O'Neill. Literally, like, hello? Oh yeah, the FBI made me a better person. Like, sure, buddy. Informants aren't entirely unaware, however, that information that they provide to governments about social movements could be used against those movements. To rationalize their double lives and minimize the sense of guilt they might feel during the course of befriending people whose lives they are spying on, informants may also come to see themselves as protectors of social movements. For instance, when activists in Olympia, Washington confronted the fellow anti-war organizer in 2009 with evidence that he was a USA Army intelligence agent who was illegally spying on them, the informant, John Towery, reportedly cried. Like, okay. I get it. Like, as a crier, I get it. But at the same time, crying doesn't mean anything. You know, like, oh, you're crying. Okay, we forgive you for being a fucking informant to the fucking FBI. Also, hi, catalepsy. Welcome. Yes, I'm streaming because I don't have a schedule. Also, I can't believe I've been streaming for 3 hours. Fine. Yes. Towery had so deeply infiltrated Olympia port militarization resistance that he moderated its emails listserv and helped lead its direct action trainings, all the while sharing information about their protests with local law enforcement and regional anti-terrorist agencies. Yet, he tried to explain to those who confronted him with his betrayal being an informant is complicated. This is literally High School Musical for real. Like, Troy, are you in the theater production? No, it's not what you think so. It's not what you think of. It's complicated. There are always There are ways, he said, that informants can protect those they report on from repression, that they can influence the government based on what they choose to report and how they report it to their superiors. OPMR activists didn't believe a word he said because, after all, he had lied to them for years and his protection seemed a lot like betrayal. But regardless of whether he was telling the truth, what is interesting is that Towery may have believed what he said, that he thought he was protecting OPMR while reporting on it provides a telling insight into how informants justify their work to themselves. There is likely a grain of truth to the idea that the discretion afforded informants. There is likely a grain of truth to the idea that the discretion afforded informants can be significant. You mean afforded to informants can be significant? That the discretion afforded or discretion afforded informant can be significant, and informants' decisions on what and how to report what they know can shape how governments respond to social movements. That's why the FBI routinely sought to infiltrate organizations with more than one informant. When it could, the FBI collected reports from multiple informers on the same event, organizations, or individuals. Inevitably, this meant that informants were also reporting on the behavior of other informants without knowing it. In this context, a single FBI informant's ability to protect activists or shape history, while real, is probably more limited than they would like to believe. Interesting. Single importance ability to protect activists is probably more limited than they would like to believe. Even when informants aren't consciously participating in counterintelligence programs and information that they provide Even when informants aren't consciously participating in counterintelligence programs and information that they provide is not used for counterintelligence, their attempts to blend into an activist organization will still have effects and may even be disruptive. Informants can perform a certain kind of strident or militant role in activist groups to identify and report on radicals in a social movement. Performing militancy may not be intentionally disruptive, but it can contribute to an organizational culture that isolates moderates or dissenters. I am so confused by this paragraph. What? Even when informants aren't consciously participating in counterintelligence programs and information that they provide is not used for counterintelligence, their attempt to blend into activist organizations will still have effects and may be disruptive. Yes, informants can perform a certain kind of strident or militant role in activist groups to identify and report on radicals and social movements. Performing militancy may not be intentionally disruptive, but it can contribute to an organizational culture that isolates moderates and dissenters. I don't understand that it can contribute to an organizational culture that isolates moderates and dissenters. Yeah, it's like incitement. Yeah, like I understand how like the fact that them being informed, like I understand that them being an informant can be disruptive in itself, but I understand the organizational culture that isolates moderates and dissenters. Make the group more radical by peer pressure. Breaking up groups by trying to do actions without analysis or accidentally. Interesting. Okay. Got it. I think it's commenting on how this kind of militancy isn't organic. Interesting. I can see that. Okay. Also, we're in... Who wrote this? Trevor Griffey. I highly encourage you to just use shorter sentences. My literature teacher in 10th grade told me you should use less commas and more periods. That changed my life forever. And I just encourage you to do the same. Okay. Can be alienated by that. Oh, got it. Seth Rosenfeld's subversives provide in groups of 3 or more. Seth Rosenfeld's subversives provides a troubling anecdote that highlights the ways in which, whether or not Richard Aoki was ever part of a formal counterintelligence program, he was hardly just a passive observer of social movements. His actions, whether at the discretion of at the direction of the government or his own conscience or some mix of both, encouraged left-wing militancy. Like, okay, this is what this is why I'm like kind of weirded out by the author. Like, is the author saying that militancy itself is bad? Because like I don't think so. Even worse, like the entire point of like the Black Panther Party being militant is literally for the only for the purpose of self defense. I mean, and not to even mention that, yeah, like these organizations were militant by design. It's not like these FBI informants were like, oh, let's be more militant, you know, like let's be more militant so the police has an excuse to kill us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like they knew what they were doing already, you know. Facts, bro. I was told learn how to punctuation, and I was like, literally how? It's to accomplish something a little weird. Yeah. Also, okay. Side note. Is punctuation hard? Yes. But when you get it, you get it. You know? Not to even mention that for some reason, punctuation in English is like a little more laissez-faire, more like, that's crazy. Oh my god, let's put a comma here. And it's like, you are literally putting a comma in the middle of a sentence that really doesn't need a comma. And you are literally disrupting everything. So So I just use Spanish grammar in English, like Spanish punctuation in English. But yeah. Getting into illegal activities in some other groups might influence things. Interesting. Okay. Got it. Got it. Also probably thinks the BPP started out just planning to register people to vote for Democrats until Aoki came along and radicalized them. Yeah, like that is also vibe I've been getting from a couple of people in the chat, and it's like the Black Panther part, like the like, Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale literally knew that they needed weapons from the very beginning. Literally, that is the entire reason why they got out from the other organization they were in. But whatever, you know, like literally Huey was a law student that knew that it was legal for them to carry weapons on the street. And that is the entire legal backbone, the legal justification for them to do that. Like, they knew what they were doing. Like, it feels so infantilizing of these groups of like, oh my god, they wouldn't have used weapons if it wasn't for the FBI, and it's like, the FBI would have killed them regardless. Like, okay. Seth Roosevelt's Subversive provides a troubling anecdote that highlights the ways in which, whether or not Richard Aoki was ever part of a formal counterintelligence program, he was hardly just a passive observer of social movements. His actions, whether the direction of the government or his own conscience, or some mix of both, encouraged left-wing militancy, while also sometimes discouraging alliances with moderates. Okay, this author is giving me like, oh my god, why are you not organizing with suckdams? Why are you not organizing with liberals? And it's like, I would be down to if they actually understood that capitalism bad and that we actually need like, you know, gender liberation and not just hashtag girl boss. We actually need queer liberation and not just a pride flag pin. If they actually understood that we need to abolish white supremacy and not just have a hashtag Black Lives Matter in your Twitter bio. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the moment we say capitalism bad, they're going to be like, oh my god, per clutching, and then like go like start like shaming and be like, oh my god, but like violence bad, guys, and like we don't want to have to deal with like bullshit sometimes, you know, and not to even mention that sometimes having these liberals in organizations is not just lethal to the own organizations, but like they literally prevent any like change from happening. They prevent any action from happening. They prevent like, you know, actual furthering of our goals from happening. You know, like, according to Rosenfeld in 1970, at the time when Aoki had been working as an FBI informant for 9 years, Manuel Delgado received a phone call saying that some of the Black Strike leaders had kidnapped Richard Rodriguez and were holding him in an apartment on Shattuck Avenue. Rodriguez was one of the staff of the university's YMCA at Stiles Hall. Delgado's trusted colleagues and one of the more Delgado's trusted colleague and one of the more moderate Third World Liberation Front strike leaders. I literally read this every other stream. Later, the Chinese Revolution. Okay. In China, in 1927, the defeat of the proletariat by the big bourgeoisie came about through the opportunism then to be found within the Chinese proletariat itself, inside the Chinese Communist Party. When we liquidated this opportunism, the Chinese Revolution resumed its advance. Later, the Chinese Revolution again suffered severe setbacks at the hands of the enemy, because adventurism had risen within our party. When we liquidated this adventurism, our cause advanced once again. Thus, it can be seen that to lead the revolution to victory, a political party must depend on the correctness of its own political line and the solidity of its own organization. So yeah, there is a reason why we don't organize with liberals. Thank you, bye. Rushing over, Delgado found Rodriguez seated in the middle of a room as if being interrogated. As several blacks looked on and Aoki hovered over him, "We're going to kill this motherfucking snitch," Aoki said, slapping Rodriguez across the face. Delgado stepped in between them, took Rodriguez, and left. Afterward, Aoki sought to assuage Delgado, revealing that he was secretly a member of the Black Panthers and it was his job to stay close to the Black Strikers to make sure they weren't unduly influenced by Black nationalists who were rivals of the Panthers. "That's why it looks like I'm on their side all the time," he said. Delgado remained suspicious of Aoki, however, because he seemed to be playing two sides on the Central Committee. Remained suspicious of Aoki, however, because he seemed to be playing two sides of the Central Committee. Got it. When Rosenfeld asked Aoki about this story in 2007, Aoki was unrepentant about his conduct and continued to suggest that Rodriguez had been an informant. Aoki confirmed this account by Delgado of the Richard Rodriguez incident as true. Rosenfeld wrote in his book's endnotes and said he suspected Rodriguez was stirring dissension up within our ranks. Aoki explained that some of us felt that he was a mole for the administration because he was constantly throwing water on our plant. Rodriguez was perceived as being one of the soft people. Oh my god, literally me. In contrast, Aoki reportedly bragged, "I was considered the heart of the heart." Dog. The need to open the file. Okay, before we get into this, a contradiction is not complicated, it's not hard, it's not long, it is pretty straightforward. has all you need to know about the basics of dialectical materialism, organizing, revolution, like. Why do I have to be quoting this every other day? Why? And not even like the entirety of On Contradiction. I literally have to quote this specific fragment every other day. But yeah, okay. The need to open the file. The exposure of Richard Aoki as an informant is a tiny blip in the history of the FBI domestic intelligence operations. It's important to keep the bigger picture in view to use the release of Aoki's file and the discussion that it has generated to demand a full historical reckoning that the American people have so far been denied. So far, the left's response to the release of Aoki's informant file has been largely defensive and introverted. This is an understandable reaction to a sensational way that Seth Rosenfeld released his allegation. But defensiveness has also narrowed the scope of discussion about Rosenfeld's scholarship to the question of whether Aoki was an informant, without any clear understanding of what an informant is. Okay, I'm kind of dying, so. Okay. So far, the left response is. But defensiveness has also narrowed the scope of this discussion about the Rosenfeld scholarship to the question of whether Aoki was an informant without any clear understanding of what an informant is. Aoki's informant file provides us with important insights into the way the FBI proceeds and maintains its informants. It shows how the cultivation of long-term informants at an early age could assist the FBI with infiltrating activist organizations at their highest levels. And it raises a whole host of questions, not just about what information Aoki provided to the FBI, but how the FBI used that information and to what end. Pursuit of this information could provide insights not just into Aoki and the organizations he participated in, but also into how the FBI used its informants more broadly. If the release of just one informant's file could generate these kinds of questions, imagine what could be learned by the release of the FBI domestic intelligence files after half century. As the 60s turned 50, the time seems ripe for the public to demand a full accounting of the role that its government took in monitoring and repressing social movements during the Cold War. The National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, has in the past decade acquired hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of pages of historic FBI files that it does not have the resources to declassify in our lifetimes. This includes civil rights investigations from the 50s and the 60s, 44 classification files, investigation into the New Left and Black Power movements, located partly in 157 classification files, anti-conspiracy investigation and trial materials, 176 classification files, and most importantly, the main domestic security file of the Hoover era from the 40s to 70s, 100 classification files. We should demand the release of the files in unredacted form. Yes, this is more than the demand for an historical reckoning. It is a challenge to a national security state whose ongoing use of informants depend on historical erasure. This is a great call to action. 1. To the degree that the FBI still has Aoki's informant reports, they are likely contained in 50 pages of file numbers provided to Rosenfeld along with Aoki's informant file. These slips of paper identify documents related to Aoki in dozens of different investigation files. In addition, the National Archives likely has material of interest to researchers. NARA currently holds the original San Francisco field office files for the two organizations that Aoki became famous for participating in, the Black Panther Party and the Third World Liberation Front. These voluminous files have yet to be declassified and deserve much greater attention than they have so far received from historians. Because the classification backlogs at NARA, it may require litigation to compel NARA to declassify these files anytime in the near future. 2. Are these just sources? These are the footnotes. Okay, I was like, is he going to get to a to a list of why we need to declassify the FBI documents? No, okay, these are the footnotes. Thank you, Boop. Okay, we finished the. Okay, what have we learned by reading this article? The lengths that the FBI are willing to go, how they work, how varied the degrees of importance that informants have can vary in the results of what the FBI actually does. This was a very horribly constructed sentence. I'm sorry. But we now understand that basically informants can have different roles and they are deep into the FBI in various levels, in various degrees. And even then, the information that the FBI receives from them can be used in different ways. And I don't know, I feel like this is like a lackluster conclusion, but you know. What else? We understand, well, if you didn't know already, the FBI has files. Aoki was deeper into the FBI than we had initially thought. And I cannot say anything more about him. Apparently, this was a discourse on the left, on the actual left, around 2012. So that is interesting, a nice piece of information to understand. And I would like to know, release all the Hoover papers. That's what I'm calling them. Is there anything else? Don't need to open files. The article was written. So this article was written in 2012. I doubt more the files. Any more files have been like declassified or been released to the public. So the counterintelligence question. I like this a nuanced perspective of what is intelligence and counterintelligence. And though I understand in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter, because FBI. It was still like I don't know, interesting how language works and how we want to like minimize certain actions. There are infiltrators in every organization, and if you don't think so, then you are in danger to yourself and those in that group. Literally. Also, like, those infiltrators will literally be in all like ranks of the organization. Like Aoki was literally the third founder of the Black Panther Party, and like no one fucking knew. Like what else? I want to read more about the I War Queen. Interesting. And the Third World Liberation Front, because I feel like people definitely don't talk about the I War Queen, but they don't talk as much about the Third World Liberation Front. Aoki's an informant. Was an informant. FBI. Oh, and we learned about like how the FBI organize their files and how to read them, which honestly is pretty fucking valuable information. Okay, this is how we end. If you call yourself an organizer or an activist and you don't study the COINTELPRO papers, or you believe that it's a thing of the past, don't believe that you can be a potential target, then you are in danger to yourself and others. Literally! Oh my god, so true, King. So true. But, yeah. Like, subscribe, retweet. Oh yeah, and random drop of drama. I mean, if you didn't know, like, I don't know how you're here and don't know that Keppel's bad actually, but like, what's this take? It's really embarrassing that people decided to bully Hassan Abi into not streaming the Wizard game for charity when the material harm from playing the game is practically null, and there is now no money being raised for trans people who desperately need it. White people are cancerous. Oh yeah, we haven't finished actually. Sorry, I put your hopes up. This is a smaller article. Is it a smaller? Oh my god, I don't have the brains to read it right now. He literally gets a fraction of the viewership when he games versus just chatting when he never needed to play the game to a charity. Literally. Like, literally. He, like, whatever. But somehow he was able to do the charity stream now for the earthquake in Turkey. Is this another 2012 one? Okay. If it's the same, I won't finish it, but if it's like more information. Okay. FBI files reveal new details about the informant who armed the Black Panthers. Revelations that prominent radical activist Richard Aoki was an FBI informant have prompted angry denials among his supporters, but newly released records confirm Aoki was secretly providing information to agents during the period he gave the Black Panthers guns and firearms training. The documents from Aoki FBI file, totaling 221 pages, were released after a court challenge under the Freedom of Information Act, and showed that Aoki was an informant from 61 to 77. He provided information that was unique and of extreme value. The records chronicle Aoki's 16-year career as an informant during the time he was a student at Merritt College in Oakland and UC Berkeley. Ronald Reagan to declare the state of emergency. An early FBI report says Aoki was assigned the alias Richard Ford to use when signing reports, as well as permanent informant number, which the FBI redacted. On December 71, on the December 14, 1971 report notes that Aoki was an instructor in Asian Studies in UC Berkeley and a student counselor at the Grove Street campus on Peralta Junior High College District. FBI officials even reminded Aoki to report his pay as an informant on his tax return according to the handwritten notation. Oh my god, that is disgusting. Like, it is disgusting that, like, so many levels of, like, why, how, this doesn't even make sense, what do you mean, why, like, so, like, you are being paid by money that is being refunded with taxes, but you have to give a part of that money back in taxes that will just go back to you regardless. If you click the links, it goes directly to the file references. Oh, got it. I still want to, like, go over it quickly. Aoki was a well-known Bay Area activist. He was born in San Leandro. The assertion that Aoki was an informant was first made last month in a news report and video in the Center of Investigate Reporting. Both were based on the new book, Subversive. Fuck that book. I mean, I don't know. Like, fuck that book not because of Aoki, but fuck that book because it was written by a fucking liberal, so... You know. He was an informant, Aoki's friend, as well as his biographer, producer and film, expressed shock at the disclosure. The FBI released the records as a result of the lawsuit under the Freedom of Information Act. Swearingen, retired FBI agent,
They're fucking liberals, dude.
who has
They're
criticized
liberals.
FBI unlawful. Oh my god, literally. Did it sound? I hope so. Early reports contain certain errors about his age and ethnicity. Some of the reports note that he had temporarily decreased his information because of school and work. Early memo, Richard Aoki. Aoki had told the army officials that he attended certain socials while a student at Berkeley High School. That fall, Aoki joined the Berkeley Young Socialist Alliance. Oh, that is the organization he was covering for the FBI previous to the Black Panther Party that Dorian asked previously. The report also says this informant is closely controlled and has constantly been reminded of his position as an informant. This relationship must remain absolutely confidential. In 62, during past 4 months, informant has furnished considerable information. Information has submitted complete and thorough reports. Cartel activities, resentful activities, there is no allocation. By now, Aoki was active in the Vietnam Day Committee, a Berkeley-based group whose anti-war activities were being investigated by the FBI. He worked on the group's international committee as a liaison to foreign anti-war activists. Damn, he was literally doing the CIA work for them. Full-time student among the Black Panthers. Aoki met Huey, Newton, and Bobby Steele, two fellow students who were forming a group that would become later known as Black Panther for self-defense. After Aoki transferred to Berkeley, they consulted him about their plan for the group, and he gave them some of their first guns and firearms training. Aoki gave him additional guns. According to Steele's memoir, since the time Aoki had been named captain of the Berkeley branch of the Black Panthers. During this period, the Panthers openly carried weapons on their patrols of Oakland police, which they said were intended to reduce brutality against African Americans. That May, they brandished guns during a visit to the state legislature to protest a bill that would bar carrying firearms on city streets. The FBI records show Aoki was informant during this period, but the redacted files do not mention the Panthers or the guns. The next report in February 67 is heavily redacted, but says that during this presented period, Aoki provided no information of unusual value. Teaching and beyond, subsequent reports say Aoki continued to inform throughout 69, submitting written and oral reports on numerous people. On January 69 memo, because of volume and value of information being furnished, informants should be continued. 70 reported headquarters, master's degree. Aoki informed even after a full-time faculty member prior to college. A former confidential informant in 76. In 77, notes that Aoki most recently has been an FBI informant in Chinese foreign counterintelligence investigation? Interesting. Aoki, the report says, had concluded that being an informant was inconsistent with his work as an educator. He refused to reveal his past relationship with the FBI because this would alienate him from associates and friends and would cause him... Yeah, we already know that. Is being placed in a close status. Interesting. Keep losing. Yeah. Interesting. This is basically like a TLDR. This is literally a TLDR of the FBI document. And though we haven't gotten over... We are not going to go over the FBI documents. That is too much fucking work. I did go over some of the highlights throughout the document before stream, and like it is not like it is clear that he was an informant. It is clear that he was like not like eager to be there, but it like because everything is redacted, like nothing of like no further information is there. Like we don't know what he was saying, but we can only assume that everything he said was ultimately used against the leftist movement. So yeah, you know. Okay. Hi, Wolf Skeptic. Welcome. Okay, I've been streaming for 4 hours. So, again, I'll chill. If you're able to subscribe, give subs, share with bits, donate, it would be much appreciated. It's been a wild ride. I didn't know I would make it this far. Aoki is a... Can I say complex individual, but also acknowledge that he was a shitty person for being an FBI informant, but also acknowledge that he still had some...
Like the wise philosopher Hannah Montana once
Thank you,
said,
Boop.
everybody makes
I
mistakes.
appreciate it.
Tinist book has gifted us up to Dorian Sapienes.
Everybody makes mistakes, including Steve Aoki, Richard Aoki. Like, little. Okay, y'all don't know how many times I've literally have restrained myself from saying Steve Aoki instead of Richard Aoki. And it's like, they literally have the same last name. And when I think of Richard, I think of Richard Medhurst. So, yes, I keep trying to say that too. Yeah, he's a DJ. That's a YouTuber. No, he's a DJ. He just happens to look very similar to another. I'm not going to. The YouTuber that looks like him is reactionary. It's a liberal. I don't want to. Yeah, I like him, I think. Is he problematic? I don't know. I like his music. Like 1 or 2 songs. Yeah. I won't go beyond this. Not that I know of. Like, I don't know either. So I'm like, you know. Did I put in more? Okay. I just wanted to go over this video. Because I was looking, like, there is so much, like, oh my god, yes. There is so much content about the Black Panther Party, and I just want to discern, like, I need to comb through the information. Because I don't know which videos are liberal, which videos are leftist, which videos are actually good to put on stream or just as a side information to just reference. So I want to come through all of these. Initially we were going to watch this video, but then I saw that it was by Democracy Now, and it's not about like the history, but many interviews about the Black Panther Party, and I thought that I would rather just not, but yeah. The book Black Against Empire about the Panthers is on YouTube. It's very long though. I've only listened to the first half so far. Interesting. Ecuador's municipal elections, landslide win of Korea's citizens revolution, major candidates winning all in major cities. No, but that's good, right? That's good, right? I mean, I assume that's good because you're mentioning it, but yay. Black Against Empire. But yeah, I just wanted to watch this video. Actually, we might read. No, I am literally drained from reading the. Oh, it's this one. Interesting. I am drained from reading the article and fighting with chat during the entire first half of me reading that. Okay. So let's just watch this video.
Well known.
Then we're going to end with the TikTok as a cleanser and
civil rights organizations of the late 1960s was the Black Panther Party. Who started the Black Panther Party?
Is the video? Is the sound okay? Oh yeah, it is good.
One of the most well-known civil rights organizations of the late 1960s.
Literally, but I got undermined.
60s was.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, it helped.
The Black Panther Party.
I mean, it also doesn't help that some people, like Johnny is VIP, so he still could write, but it's okay.
Who started the
But I mean, not that Johnny was being disruptive. He wasn't. But yeah.
Black Panther Party? What did the group advocate? In many northern and western cities in the United States, African Americans were living in urban ghettos with high unemployment rates and substandard housing. Many also believe that they were treated unfairly, and in some
random question. What does the word ghetto mean? And is it racist? You know, I'm not saying ghetto is a slur, because I know it's not, but I'm saying like isolated part of the city. Got it. Yeah, okay. Ghetto, often called the ghetto, is a part of the city in which members of a minority group live, especially as a result of political, social, legal, environmental, economic pressure. Ghettos are often known for being more impoverished than other areas of the city. Got it. Poor urban area, primarily by minority groups. You've been told, Jess, that it is a racist word? Cause like, because I've seen the word ghetto used in like very unracialized context. It can be used as a dog whistle. Yeah, that's the thing. I've seen the word used as a dog whistle so many times, and I'm like, can we like not? You know, like, can we maybe develop another word? You know, like, no, I mean, not to even mention that ghetto feels very like, you know. So I don't know. That was good info that you. That was good info, and had you not read it, we would not have known it. So thank you. Thank you for being here and appreciating it. Some people were just mad we wanted details instead of just saying fuck that guy in the story. Yeah, it's like when we watched the FD signifier video about Obama, and someone was like, fuck that war criminal, and I was like, we need to have like a proper analysis of these people and understand like how, in the case of Obama, how they had a broader cultural impact, and how certain people have to grapple with the contradiction of the cultural impact that, in this example, Obama had, while also acknowledging that he's just another fascist, you know? Like, we need that nuance, that those details to just understand, you know, the material reality that we live in, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, I get that sometimes nuance and details and that information feels a bit like, I don't know, not superficial, but like bourgeois, you know, like, oh my god, there are people dying, why are we reading this? But at the same time, it's like, we shouldn't just, like, we literally cannot just do shit, right? Like, the reason the Black Panthers could do shit is because they knew stuff, you know? And the reality is that it's been how many years? Literally 60 years since the Panthers. So there is so much new information that we just don't know, or most people just don't know. And the reality is that the current reality is just so much different. It's ever changing continuously and faster than ever. And so we need to have that information, that nuance, that broader context of the past and of the present, and be able to understand how people are being socially affected by that change in order to be able to more accurately cater towards them and their needs, you know? But somehow, like, trying to, understand the people that we want to, make their lives better. Somehow understanding the people is, like, seen as this, like, oh my god, you're so, like, masturbatory in your postmodern philosophy. And it's like, I understand how it feels like that, but at the same time, like, it gets to a point where it's like, okay, do you want to actually engage and have, like, actual fruitful discussions that lead us to a better understanding of our current material realities? Or do you just want to be an adventurist who will inevitably have to be purged from any organization, any serious organization, So yeah, I don't know. I'm trying my best here. Some people were just originally Jews were confined in medieval Europe. Oh, and also Roma people, right? Say so, yes. It was many years ago, though. So many have changed. I've thought about it a couple of times recently. My sense is that it can be used in racist ways, especially like using it as an adjective. Oh, yeah. Like that person is so ghetto. But it can be just used as an accurate name for a part of the city. Got it. I think it's a connotation or denotation. Yeah, connotation. Denotation is like the actual meaning. Connotation is, oh my god, that sounds like weird, Why can't we just do political action without having political education? Yeah. Thank you, Boop. Thank you. And again, this is not to like discredit people who sometimes have a knee-jerk reaction to something. Like we all have those, So yeah. Connotation is just vibes, yeah. I mean, to be fair, sometimes you just need vibes. So yeah. Okay. Let's go back again. Also, I recorded the first part and the second part of the stream, so I don't have to like download the entire bot now to upload it to YouTube. But I won't be uploading this part. No, I actually might. I don't know. Oh, I hate everything.
One of the most well-known civil rights organizations of the late 1960s was the Black Panther Party. Who started the Black Panther Party? What did the group advocate? In many northern and western cities in the United States, African Americans were living in urban ghettos with high unemployment rates and substandard housing. Many also believed that they were treated unfairly and in some cases even brutalized by police forces, which did not...
Okay, this is like such a weird... Some people believe that they were treated unfairly. What do you mean? They were literally being lynched. Hello? They were literally being brutalized by the police. I mean, to this day, they are still being brutalized by the police. But like, what do you mean some people believe? I hate how like people have this need to be like, oh my god, both sides. Oh my god, I'm trying to be factual and objective, and it's like, fuck that. Don't mind skeptic. Their emote is walking into streams and derailing them are related to stuff. Oh no, I know. Don't worry. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
represent them. For example, Oakland, California had 661 police officers, yet only 16 of those were African American. Huey P. Newton and Bobby...
I mean, I would argue that just like the yeah, Dorian, why were you so like, I wouldn't say aggressive, but like all of the, oh my god. I mean, to be fair, I added the drama, but like, no. Don't worry though. It's okay. Fine. Like, you know, we just get anxious because, you know, liberals, but at the same time, like, whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was going to say that it doesn't like, it doesn't matter that out of the 616 police officers, only 16 were African American. I would be more concerned about the fact that there is a police entity in a bourgeois, in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie system. So like, that alone is concerning. I really don't care if most of them are white. I care about that there are still police officers that are killing people.
African American. Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale had been involved in many different civil rights organizations in their young lives, including those who promoted the Black Power ideology. However, they were frustrated with the failure of these organizations to combat police brutality and other injustices they saw.
This is a 5-minute video.
In October of 1966, the two men formed the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, later simply known as the Black Panther Party. They organized armed patrols that would follow police officers, monitoring them for incidents of abuse. If the police attempted to confront them, Black Panther members would recite the state and federal laws which permitted them to carry their loaded weapons. The Black Panther Party first gained national attention after an incident in 1967.
Are the straights okay? I don't think so.
The group carried loaded firearms into the California State Assembly in protest of a piece of legislation which would make carrying loaded firearms illegal. 6 of the members were arrested for this incident. In May of 1967, the Black Panther Party issued a list of 10 points which stated their beliefs and values. This list included things such as full employment, decent housing, and an end to police brutality. They also sought education for African Americans and justice within the court system. The group's ideals resonated within the black community, and their numbers expanded rapidly. By 1968, the Black Panther Party had a presence in more than 20 major American cities, including New York City, Chicago, Boston, Dallas, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. Some estimates claim that their membership numbers were as high as 10,000 at its peak in 1969. The party also boasted an influential newspaper which was read by more than 250,000 people. Its editor was Eldridge Cleaver, and he became a persuasive voice within the Black Power movement. Cleaver would eventually become the third most prominent member of the Black Panther Party, behind Newton and Seale. The Black Panther Party also started community-friendly programs, such as the Free Breakfast for Children program. They believed that they could provide for the needs of those in poverty better than the government could. It has been estimated that the Black Panther Party...
I mean, I hate how the narrator is doing, like, they thought, like...
It believed that they could...
They believed. It's like, they literally did it. Like, we're not in that moment where they weren't doing anything yet and we didn't know. Like, they literally did it. Like, I'm like, what do you mean? They literally did it.
Provide for the needs of those in poverty better than the government could. It has been estimated that the Black Panther Party fed more than 20,000 children through this program during the 1960s.
Literally, Libs trying to call the left out as idealists, and it's like...
1968 and 1969 school year. The organization offered other services as well, including clothes distribution, classes on politics and economics, free medical care, and lessons on self-defense and first aid. They also set up an ambulance program and drug rehabilitation services. However,
I didn't know about the drug rehabilitation services. Hello?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation did not agree with many of the organization's paramilitary activities, such as carrying loaded guns. The FBI...
Paramilitary activities. Having guns. Carrying guns is a paramilitary activity? And berets. Now that is aggressive.
I regarded them as a black nationalist hate group, and FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover even referred to them as the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. The group was targeted for investigation with the intent of weakening the group's power and damaging their credibility. The Black Panther Party continued to exist as an organization throughout the 1970s, but never regained the prestige they had once enjoyed. Over the course of that decade, their numbers dwindled away until, by 1980, only 27 people were still official members of the Black Panther Party.
Damn. Oh, okay. Interesting. Was it worth it, the entire video? Not really. We didn't learn much, but I did learn about the drug rehabilitation programs, which, looking back on it, makes total sense that they would have that, but I didn't know. So it was nice learning that. Okay. I love you, Dorian. That it's okay. Can we just leave it there? It's fine. But also, like, I would just encourage people in general not to point out like things that the streamers already know, like like if I'm not like addressing someone further, then it's not necessary to like, oh my god, you shouldn't address them. And it's like, okay, I know. Don't worry. No. Fuck, no one's streaming. And I'm scared to rate Marcus. Also, how dare Marcus not rate me earlier. But I guess we're going to left flank bets because I have no... Flank bets. Join the Discord if you haven't. Why scared? Because there are like too many people and we're just like 20, so I don't want to seem it like, you know, I don't know. I just got here. Well, Bolden, I'm sorry. Reading that article was very was very mentally taxing. If you haven't joined the raid, I don't know what it says. Like my view counter says 15, but like the raid is only says 9. I'll just trust you all. You know. If you are subscribed, copy the first message. If you are not subscribed, you know what to do. Replace the... Oh, also join the Discord if you haven't subscribed to YouTube, because I'm uploading the bots now publicly. Like I used to upload them, but it was in a private, in a unlisted thingy. But yeah. If you're not in the raid, refresh. I'm like concerned that we're only going to raid with 9 people into a stream with 666 people, and I'm like, can we get 10? I'm like embarrassed. Whatever. I hate capitalism. But yeah. I love you all. Literally. Since he spam, literally. Whatever. Okay. Bye.